Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your lunch and are ready for the rest of the wonderful presentations of the day. So now we will begin the afternoon presentations with Mr. Alexander Sarai, who will present artificial intelligence included in Ludo evaluation. Alexander Sarai holds a master's degree in teaching English as a second language from the Universidad UNIM, Puerto Rico, as well as a Bachelor of Education in English from the Universidad Pedagógica Nacional from Bogotá, Colombia. He is currently the head of the English department, Universidad ESI, Colombia. So please let us welcome Mr. Sarai.
Well, first of all, thanks for the introduction. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I hear you perfectly.
Great. Thanks for the opportunity. On behalf of my fellow colleague Cristina Montero, she cannot make it today because she's on top of the department. She's dealing with certain administrative situations, but I hope on the one hand you like the presentation and everything fits and stands up to the expectations you have.
Everything will be great.
Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
I'm sharing PowerPoint.
We do now.
Oh, PowerPoint. Yeah.
Yeah, it says artificial intelligence included in Ludo evaluation.
Perfect. So, first of all, welcome everybody. What I'll try to do is to walk you through artificial intelligence. I know you might be overwhelmed a bit with artificial intelligence, everything. I'll try to give a different perspective. And I will just try to walk you through different views on artificial intelligence. First, we're going to see the objectives. We're going to discuss or talk about artificial intelligences in educational settings. We are going to share ideas on how to connect artificial intelligences and assessment, which is something that we've been doing at the university, and it has worked effectively. And we're going to describe the challenges of artificial intelligences in education. Those are our three objectives. So I have planned a Mentimeter, but I don't know. I guess we can, due to time constraints, I can give you the link and you can work on that. It's just for you to give us some insights and short answers on your expectations regarding artificial intelligence, your concepts, opinions, etc. Here's the link. I'll be showing the link back and forth, but I think I'm not gonna enable the tool so far because I want to make sure the content, or I want to prioritize the content. Though the presentation is already open, you can, if you enter or if you access the link through the QR code, you might be able to start checking the questions and everything we've been asking or that we prepared. So the first question that we have, that we are not going to go through that much, is what do we understand as artificial intelligence? And for that, we have some key concepts. Artificial intelligence refers to the development of computer systems that can perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. And I want to connect that to Mr. Caicedo's previous presentation. This at some point at the very beginning, we might think it jeopardizes our jobs as teachers. Yes and no. And I'm going to elaborate on that a little bit later on through the presentation. But I just want to make sure that we're going to follow this concept of artificial intelligence. This definition refers to the development of computer systems that perform a task imitating human intelligence. And artificial intelligences can be categorized into two types: narrow, that are designed for very specific tasks, and general, that are the ones that possess human-level intelligence. They are capable of understanding and performing any intellectual task. And I want to highlight that because this is pretty much our thread, or the thread we have is like, are we going to be replaced by artificial intelligence? How would that work, etc.? Not really. But we do need to be prepared because the upcoming technology is going to be a little bit much more invasive and much more prepared than what we have now. So intelligence Uh, it encompasses a wide range of techniques and approaches. I'm going to explain one by one. We're talking about machine learning, and machine learning is the set of algorithms that the machine uses to learn something. And I want to go back a little bit and give a little definition, after record definition of what an algorithm is. I know most of you are, like, might be familiarized with the definition, but what I do to explain what I use, or the figure I use to explain my students what an algorithm is the example of a recipe, a sandwich recipe. We have the ingredients, we have bread, we have lettuce, tomato, whatever you want to put on sandwich. If you're a vegan, you can put anything else, or beef, etc. And then the step by step. That step by step is pretty much the algorithm, with a little difference when we talk about machine learning. Machine learning has the two possibilities. If something says yes, it traces a path. If something says no, it traces a path. If something says, I don't know, maybe, perhaps, traces some other paths. And based on that, it constructs and it learns. That's why machine learning happens to be very important. I highlighted this, natural language processing, which is pretty much what ChatGPT does. It gets prompts of natural language given or delivered by a human, and based on that, it constructs a corpora, or a set of like corpora that it uses whenever ChatGPT, or it uses whenever ChatGPT is prompt or asked something very specific. Then we have computer vision. Another interesting aspect of artificial intelligence is the capacity it has to elaborate on visual things. Probably you might have seen these pictures or these paints created by artificial intelligence, replicating famous people or famous scenes in very specific situations. I'm going to show you how to use this in the classroom. Then we talk about expert systems, and this is where it gets crazy, because when we talk about expert systems, we talk about the capacity of artificial intelligence to judge. And this is something that people have taken for granted. Like, no, they cannot do that. Artificial intelligences cannot judge, they cannot feel, etc. A branch of artificial intelligence that is the expert system is being designed to judge as a human would do. And that implies that it poses certain ethical and philosophical challenges. To what extent does it make smart decisions, or does it make good or bad decisions based on what we understand on good or bad decisions? Something that hasn't been totally, we don't agree on a concept for good or bad. But expert systems are trying to approach the knowledge of machine learning, including that component, the ethical component. I don't know how it will go in the future, but that's something that I have to admit, it freaks me out a little bit. And then we have robotics, that is the design of hardware that replicates real life like devices. You have, probably some of you might have at home this robot vacuum cleaner. This goes around, cleans, etc. Like it vacuums and dusts. That's an example of robotics. You don't have to tell the robot where it has to go. It just goes by quotation mark instinct, which is pretty much an algorithm based on the space of your house. And for this, there's something that I want to mention, and is the fact that we need to be super careful about this, because every single device we interact with has access to our information. In the very specific case of the vacuum cleaner, believe it or not, it starts measuring your house. It cleans your living room, your kitchen, etc. And it starts sending information. So whenever you get advertising or these advertisements on cleaning or whatever, or furniture, it has already taken your information, so it knows what kind of furniture you need based on the information that the vacuum has sent. Sounds crazy? It does. It happens. It also happens. Yeah, it does happen. Okay, now To avoid these challenges, we need to equip our students with certain tools, skills. So for the skills in here, we have the four C's: learning and innovation. The four C's: critical thinking, problem solving, something we have been doing in our classrooms. I'm positively sure everyone attending this conference, like ACPI Tesol, we talk about critical thinking and problem solving. We pose problems so our students go over those problems, and with the critical thinking tools, they overcome and find solutions. Creativity and innovation, something that we need to work on, fostering these specific skills. That they are creative. Not only do they have the ability to come up with something new, but like adapted or necessary for their communities. Innovating at some point, like something that we the N+1 Krashen would say, now this is the moment in which we need to start equipping our students with that +1. We don't give the N+1. We give the N. Students get the +1 now. We talk about communication fundamental and collaboration fundamental for teachers and students. And this part of collaboration and communication is pretty much my lifesaver when I say I won't be replaced by a machine. Because language is a social act. And probably a machine has something, like perfection language, etc., but it won't give students that sense of interaction that their peers or the teacher gives. This is when I feel safe and say, probably I won't be replaced by a machine. Digital literacy, and this is something quintessential when we talk about artificial intelligences. We need information literacy. We need to be able to understand whether or not we believe or trust or rely on a source. We cannot believe everything we see on the internet. Like, those WhatsApp memes or threads that they send, we don't believe in that, or we might be very critical whenever we receive those pieces of information. Media literacy, mass media now is at some point, and I don't want to get into a political debate, but mass media is, pulled behind by certain powers. Regardless the orientation, the political orientations you have, we need to know that every discourse is mediated by an intention. And the literacy we need to equip our students with on media literacy refers to the fact that they might understand everything, they comprehend, but they will not believe in everything they hear or listen or see, whatever. Now, they just need to be very critical on that. And finally, ICT literacy is the way we use every technological device we interact with, from cell phones, computers, video game consoles, Alexa, and all those assistants. We need to know how to use them. It sounds crazy, but I've met people who don't take pictures with their smartphones because they don't have cash on their accounts. They'd say, no, I need to have funding accounts to take a picture. Not really. And to the point that we need to be totally literate, and we need to train our students and our community, not only students, but also parents, fellow teachers, administrative staff, principals, etc. We need to train them on how to use a computer, a tablet, a cell phone in a proper way and make the most out of it, pretty much. The last set of skills I want to talk about here are career and life. And it's something that some other people have called soft skills. And we talk about flexibility and adaptability, initiative and self-direction, social and cross-cultural interaction. This is important for artificial intelligence. Productivity, and also important, accountability. You need to be accountable for everything you do, even if you have taken things from ChatGPT or whatever tool. You need to be accountable, and you need to verify. As Mr. Caicedo mentioned in the previous lecture, we don't trust everything artificial intelligences give us. So we need to be very, very critical about it, and we need to be accountable for what we display to our students. Leadership, to transmit these skills, and responsibility to understand that not only are we forming language learners, but we are dealing with human beings. And in this um, over elaborate the technological society, we need to equip our students with this, like leadership, responsibility, all these soft skills. So to wrap up like with this, learning and innovation, the first is digital literacy and career and life. This is something we really, really need to focus on. Those are the P21 skills, 21st century skills. Okay, now to move on, what we're going to talk about now is Ludo evaluation. Pretty much, probably this is new. The term is new because this is the way I have learned working on different projects with the Ministry of Education and the Secretary of Education here in Bogota, Colombia. And this is the word they coined. Ludo evaluation typically refers to an evaluation or assessment of a person uh, in a gamified classroom. And we get feedback from gamification, etc. Like when a classroom is gamified, we get some results, we get some input, and what to do with that, because sometimes we use Kahoot or we use Class Dojo or we use like a great deal of tools, but we just get the results, and that's about it. So the idea is to go a little bit beyond that. Also, platforms, learning platforms, LMSs. Oxford has one, Cambridge has one, Pearson has one, and I'm sorry if I am forgetting Engage Learning, etc. I apologize if I am forgetting any other publishing house, but I know many of the publishing houses that create material do come with LMSs, and they give us a plain analysis of the results of our students. Now, what we need to do is to go a little bit beyond, and with the use of artificial intelligence, make some product to put those results into practice in our classroom. Artificial intelligence in education, speaking of like the very specific matter of our lecture today, refers to the integration of artificial intelligence technologies and techniques to enhance that technology teaching and learning experiences. How to do so? Get to know your population. We need to get to know our people. If we're working with elementary school, middle school, high school, university students, whatever the level is, we need to, something I suggest at the very beginning, try to run a survey to see how familiarized our students are with technology and with artificial intelligence. So we measure how much of input we can provide them. And to make a much more meaningful experience out of this. Artificial intelligence can be utilized to develop intelligent tutoring systems. And I mean, color me surprised, but it happens. If we know how to use Chat GPT and some more tools I'm going to show you, it can provide personalized and adaptive learning experiences. It's like something more tailor-made. And it's something that at some point teachers struggle with. We have 20 students and every student has a different need or a different set of needs. And we need to work on every individual. And artificial intelligence, if well used, can give us a huge hand on that. And when I say huge hand, it's because it has happened to me. And I have done very successful experiences with this. Now, these educational platforms can analyze student data and provide insights to teachers. When you have the report from an LMS, my experience is pretty much with Cambridge LMS, you identify areas in which students might need to work a little bit more, or they need additional intervention. LMSs are fundamental. The problem is that we just have the plain data. And so Alexander Sarai, he has really good grammar, like he needs to work on vocabulary or lexical resources, etc. This is what we need to work on, and artificial intelligence is going to help us move forward. Not only to tell the person, hey, you need to work on vocabulary. No, tell them how to work on vocabulary. And this is pretty fascinating, because I was listening then again, and I quote Mr. Quesedo. He was showing us some examples of vocabulary for the standardized tests. And it's pretty much that, like, use Chat GPT or whatever chatbot to help our students maximize their vocabulary opportunities, their grammar opportunities. That's the idea, like we collaborate with artificial intelligence, and on the one hand, we don't rely on that, like we become just uh, totally blind to the benefits. But also, on the other hand, we are not, or we do not feel um, terrified, or like, I don't know, probably uh, intimidated by the use of artificial intelligences, and it's gonna be my substitute or whatever. No, it's a tool. I mean, it's a machine. It's not going to be a threat. It's going to be a tool to help us, and I want to highlight that. Um, I cannot stress how much this is relevant for teachers to know. I have mentioned before natural language processing, NLP, and speech recognition technologies can be employed to create intelligent virtual assistants or chatbots, like ChatGPT, and there are some other beautiful chatbots with voice recognition that can assist students in answering questions, providing explanations, or delivering personalized feedback. I remember once I was working with some students on uh, discourse analysis, and I asked them with different prompts to go to ChatGPT and ask, what is discourse analysis? And every single student had a different answer because the input was different. And well, not only did I use ChatGPT, I used some other chatbots. So I wanted to gather like different pieces of information. And we didn't rely on artificial intelligence. We created a collective definition of what discourse analysis was. Of course, we used artificial intelligence and the corpora and everything, but we created our own. So I didn't take that as my enemy. I used that as what it is, a tool. Um, I was talking about algorithms, you know, the path, and they can analyze large volumes of educational content, uh, identify patterns, which is extremely fundamental, and trends. And when we talk about trends, I think this is extremely necessary to mention, like the tendencies our students are going for. Uh, Probably if I start identifying in the algorithm that most of my students are failing the use of commas or the use of punctuation marks, there's something that I have to do, because probably if it is one or two cases, okay, I can spot something. But if it is a larger trend, um, it is a highlight and it's also feedback for the teacher. Probably I am not tackling, or I am not spotting, or I am not delivering information as thoroughly as I should. It also talks about decisions to improve our curriculum design. And as an educator, I cannot conceive a curriculum that does not include technology at some point. And when I talk about technology, that at some point reflects upon the use of ChatGPT as such. Uh, Instruction, how to give instructions to students if we know, or our fear is that they go to ChatGPT. So we need to educate them on, okay, go, but go before the class, not as a shortcut for learning, just pretty much as constructing like something that we might call flip learning. Anticipate everything through ChatGPT, and then we come and discuss. And assessment, as I said before, ChatGPT and all those artificial intelligence tools are great resources for assessment if we know how to use them, and also for content creation, which is something I'll show you in a minute. Uh, Intelligent assessment systems powered by artificial intelligence can automate grading. Yep, we can do that with the correct or with the right input. Provide immediate feedback to students, and this is something we struggle with. We have a classroom in Colombia. We have some classrooms that are 40 people in a classroom, 40 students, and we want to tell every individual very specific aspects of their learning processes, and we say no, I can't, because that's time consuming. If you give them the right, uh, path on artificial intelligences, It's not that you are going to totally neglect the feedback and the artificial intelligence is going to give them feedback. No, you ask them to go for their feedback and share it with you or share it with their peers to find similarities, and then you come as a teacher and start spotting very important needs or like common trends, as I said before. um, they can track their progress and make the necessary improvements. This is incredibly necessary. um, it is not like, and then again, it depends on the perspective the teacher has. For one thing, I can relax a little bit, chill, and ask the artificial intelligence to do everything for my students. And that happens. And I've seen that happen. That's not the situation. I can do that, but always understanding what my role as an educator is. So at some point, getting to know what the feedback given by the artificial intelligence system is and adapting that to my classroom, to my students' needs. So they can improve and they can track like much more of very specifics on what they need. Uh, this is also connected to what I have previously mentioned, and is that artificial intelligences can facilitate adaptive learning. And our contents are or must be active and dynamic, but importantly adjusted to individual needs and learning styles. At the very beginning, when I was talking about the different types of artificial intelligences and machine learning and the expert systems and the computer thing and visuals, it's because every artificial intelligence can fit into our students' needs. If I am more visual, I am more tactile, I am more into seeing things or imitating, etc. We need to know. We need to totally understand how this goes and get to reflect upon um, everything we have tried so far regarding technology. I want to stop here and I want you to go back to the Mentimeter. Uh, if you're already there, if not, I might need to go back to the slide where the QR code is. And I have a second question. How would you integrate artificial intelligences in your classroom? I'm just giving you some hints on how to do it with feedback, etc. But I would like to know how you feel integrating this. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to the QR code. I should have put it a bit much more consecutively, but at the end I was just expecting not to have this much. I'm going to show it in a couple of minutes. As you think of like ways on articulating artificial intelligence in your classroom, I want to talk about some ethical considerations, including data privacy. I want to give a very specific example of an application that many people use, and is TikTok. TikTok is developed by a Russian developer. And the policies in Russia are different than the policies in America. Usually Russian people have more access to, or they can have access to technology and to devices, etc. So it has no restrictions. When you install TikTok, when you many people do not read the terms and conditions, they agree on full access to their devices. So say, yeah, you can like totally explore my cell phone, and you can totally go for my photos, my chats, etc. So we don't know how to work on that privacy, and artificial intelligences do that. The algorithms do that. If we are not well educated, we can give access to something we might not want. There's a door that we might not want to open. There's another thing that is the algorithmic bias. And then again, quoting Mr. Caicedo's in previous presentation experiences, he talked about the kilo of feathers and kilo of. He was giving an example with weight, and that's an algorithm algorithmic bias. Like probably the chatbot understands instruction, but relies on mistakes. Transparency and accountability, because probably, and it has happened, there's a case in which a person paid for the premium version of ChatGPT and asked it to create or to come up with the master's thesis. And the craziest thing of this example is that it went through Turnitin. Turnitin didn't spot anything. It was totally clean. And it has to do with ethics and how we are teaching our students to use artificial intelligence, but not to use it as a shortcut, then again, but just as a complementary tool for their education. And I have to quote myself again: we're dealing with people. We are not only are we dealing with the language learners, but also with functional human beings, and we need to equip them, or we want to equip them with values. Uh, Technologies can support personalized learning pathways, recommend sources, which is something amazing, activities, and instructional strategies that are based on unique profiles. Um, this happens because we need to, at some point, understand that artificial intelligence has the capacity to control and to take a different to give a different perspective to our students' productions. Uh, but for starters, we are all biased by something, even machines. But probably having two or three perspectives are going to help us. Now, those perspectives are going to help us give you much more specific feedback based on unique learning profiles. This is fundamental to do. Then this is the code again. How would you integrate uh, uh, artificial intelligence into your classroom? I don't know if the Mentimeter is working properly so far, because I just left it open for the first question. But then again, if you want to go over the questions, I would just leave it open once the presentation is finished, because of our time constraints, even though I can already see how you're working with like the first, um, a word cloud that we've come up with. So in here I have an example in Spanish on how ChatGPT assessed one thing, and I say I gave them the instruction: please assess this or evaluate this text, and even if you don't speak Spanish, you have here something that says in general. So it gives a very general evaluation of the text, and it spots very specific characteristics, really nice, something that can be improved, etc. But I want you to check the prompt: assess or evaluate this text. That was pretty much about it. I didn't tell ChatGPT to do anything else. I'm going to give you a different example. I gave a text based on, actually, I had it correct my spelling and grammar with this presentation. And it says the text is well written and demonstrates a good command of grammar, spelling, and varied lexical range, because that was what I was asking for. But I asked ChatGPT using bullet points, evaluate grammar, spelling, and lexical range. And it says the sentences are grammatically correct and the verb tenses are appropriately used. When it talks about spelling, the text is free from spelling errors. Lexical range, vocabulary use is appropriate and demonstrates a good range of terms related to artificial intelligence in education. It includes terms such as integration, technologies, techniques, etc. So you see, it the cluster all of the information and goes very specific. Overall, the text is well written, free from grammar and spelling errors, and effectively utilizes a range of vocabulary. My suggestion, and something I did with my students, was like I had the 4 aspects evaluated for the IELTS test, which lexical range, accuracy, task completion, I guess, and vocabulary, and punctuation, and then my students would go and get the evaluation from ChatGPT. They would print the page and they would show it to me, and I would see how it goes, and I would just check and give them feedback and give them very specific pieces of recommendations one by one. So I guess it is all about the way you present the instruction. But I guess at some point, or at this point, you might be overwhelmed with ChatGPT. So I'm going to give you another piece of artificial intelligence that we can use. This is from another page. From you give the page the instruction, and it gives you a very specific illustration based on what you type. I would say an English teacher in a classroom, and then you have this. Two illustrations. I can go through advanced settings and be more specific. But pretty much that was what I did with my first example. You can actually go Google artificial intelligence illustrations, and you can click on the first prompt, and then you have this page, and you start like checking. You give it a try. So far, so good. You say, okay, what's the new thing about this? I did something different, providing an example with more specific input. And I say an elementary English teacher with 10 students in a classroom explaining present continuous. And you have the two images, and actually you can use this with very specific prompts to start creating your own material. And your students can give feedback on those pieces of material you're showing. So you can recreate any situation based on the communicative function that you are using for a specific class. You go, I don't know, I would say, and let me see if I can show you the example. I don't know, it's Ginecraft. I was trying to, during the preparation for this presentation, I was trying a different instruction that was an elementary English teacher with 10 students in a classroom that I can use to explain present continuous. And as you can see, we have two different illustrations, etc. When you come here to advanced settings, you can check how it works: anime, oil painting, watercolor, abstract, etc. So you can show your students different types of images that you can include in your presentations, or you can include as part of your classes, to go beyond books. You don't have to stick to the illustration from the book, but you give the prompt, and Ginecraft, which is one artificial intelligence tool to generate images, would give you a very specific detail of what you are looking for. And this is something that we can use, but as we have said before, the most important thing is the input. And then this is when it gets really interesting, because you can get feedback from your students, and you can ask them whether they liked it or not, if they felt comfortable using this. If I remember once a student told me that would be creepy. The style of picture was like freaked him out, so I decided to change to anime or to 3D animations, etc. So it constructs your classroom. It's pretty much like you are not dependent on these photos taken from an English textbook, but you can also create your own. Well, not create your own, but at least give the artificial intelligence tool the instructions, so you come up with these very specific pictures. And the more specific, the more surprised you would be. I mean, like explaining present perfect, which is one of the most difficult topics to understand for a Spanish speaker, and it gives you the images, and you can work from that and start creating contrast, etc. I mean, like using a learning strategy, which is imagery, you can start working on this, exploiting the picture, etc. Graphic or picture exploitation, etc. It works really well. That was why I was telling you that, of course, I understand the perks of using ChatGPT, but we need to move beyond ChatGPT, because that is not the only artificial intelligence tool that we have for feedback, for assessment, for material creation, for curriculum adaptation. There are some others. I have another one here on my browser that is Audibot, that it's crazy, because you can start speaking, you choose the language, You choose the kind of voice you want to go for, and then you record something, or you can create materials that are that can be used instead of those listenings from different pages. So you can create your own using artificial intelligence, and it helps you. You know, like tone of your voice. It's probably my case. I do have an accent because I am a Colombian person who speaks English. I do have an accent. If you want to minimize the accent and make it more American, more whatever oriented, the artificial intelligence tool is going to help you do that. But then again, and I insist, I don't see this as my rival. I see this as a complementary tool for my teaching practices. Yeah, I guess it depends on the perspective on how you see this. Now we're going to connect evaluation, assessment, and feedback through artificial intelligence. This is we're starting like the last third of the presentation. Uh, Artificial intelligences can automate and streamline the evaluation and assessment process because they analyze large amounts of data and they provide efficient and objective results. I have said that before and I have stated that before. Now, the situation is how would you put that into practice? There are some LMSs for evaluation that they give you spreadsheets on results. And for a fact, I know one of the tools that uses artificial intelligences uh, analyzes Excel spreadsheets. I mean, you Google it and just Excel analysis, artificial intelligence, and you can get through it. I do not suggest a person do that solidly unless the person gets certain basic knowledge using Microsoft Excel or spreadsheets, because then the analysis is going to be a bit of a hassle. If you are not familiar, just stick to the LMS results. But if you are more into Excel and you know how to use it, go for artificial intelligence for analysis. Uh, I guess one of the most interesting things is that we can tailor questions that are connected to individual needs and abilities. Um, Once you give the prompt, once you analyze the feedback, and once you use artificial intelligence, you you teachers or we teachers are going to be able to tailor questions and to adapt the different materials we are giving our students. And it is incredible because it works at any level. We're talking about elementary, middle school, high school, university level. You tailor the questions or the tasks based on their needs after you have analyzed this. And then again, I'm saying this sounds easy, but it requires hard work. But that's what the teaching profession is about: working hard. Uh, NLP, then again, natural language process enables the system to analyze written responses and provide automated feedback on essays, assignments, and open-ended questions. Probably you have seen that, but then again, my suggestion or my piece of advice is to find a very specific prompt when you're asking ChatGPT to totally analyze that piece of text. Like if you want to go for grammar, vocabulary, punctuation, be as specific as possible. So the artificial intelligence tool gives you what you want, the result you want. Then again, same situation if you're talking about creating pictures. Same situation. Actually, you can ask your students to create pictures and bring them and see which one is the more detailed. You tell them, I want you to create or to come with a very specific artificial intelligence created image of a zoo. So a person can type, create a zoo. But another one can create a zoo, including certain animals, certain location, etc. So the more specific, the more complete the picture is going to be. Then again, that's about very specific algorithm. Speaking of algorithms, uh, they can assist in the detection of plagiarism and academic misconduct. This is something expert systems are working on. Because as I said before, Turnitin still has issues spotting whether it's being a plagiarism or something. There are some pages that are very careful, artificial intelligence pages that are very careful with the content they deliver. Sadly, not all of them. So at some point, and I don't want to say this the wrong way, but we need to trust our students whenever they come with an essay that is very well elaborated, etc. Now, my lifesaver for that is that I have always structured the process of writing. So when I talk about the structure of the process, is that I have them complete an outline, etc., step by step, always handwritten. That I see the process has been done in handwriting, and after that I receive the digital version of the text. But I need to understand it is a process, not out of the blue. This student who has never shown up just comes with a very well elaborated text. And pretty much it's about the integrity of these assessment processes, the ones that we struggle with. Machine learning, as I said before, the way machines learn, the algorithm can analyze students' performance data to identify patterns, trends, and areas where additional support or intervention may be needed. And probably you might have noticed the more feedback or the more you interact with ChatGPT, the more elaborated it gets. The more prompts you give to pictures, the more elaborated they get. That's part of machine learning. The more you give, the more it receives, and the more elaboration it makes. At some point, this is something positive and something really nice of working with technology, even though we might feel a little bit freaked out or frustrated, or you know. Uh, I think artificial intelligence can facilitate formative assessments, providing real-time feedback, which is amazing. But they need instructions and they need guidance. I remember once I was discussing like the role of the teacher in the classroom. Now, because we monitor and we guide, etc., but we also create connections, and the rapport that we create with our students is going to help us understand that it is not part of the feedback the machine gives, but also our feedback in terms of behavior. That's something the machine will never assess, and performance in class and interaction with their students, and how the level of empathy and how we get along with our communities. Because artificial intelligences get the plain thing, but we get the human part, and this is something that we will never forget about. And finally, the make it helps educators make data-informed decisions about curriculum design, instructional strategies, and the individualized interventions. I am going over the same situation. Yeah, I'm going on the same situation over and over again because I want to highlight this is important. The more we give, the better our students will be receiving our pieces of advices and recommendations and suggestions, because learning stopped being a one-on-one process. Now it's a community process, and artificial intelligence has become one of the main actors nowadays, so we need to be ready and prepared. Artificial intelligences can also support the development of adaptive systems that adjust the difficulty and content of assessments. This is something that we've been working on. It's been kind of hard. That is, for the different levels that we have in a classroom. Probably you have a basic level, A1 level, but not everyone has the same background, etc. There are some people who are more knowledgeable. There are some more people who are shyer, etc. So we can create material and we can provide feedback, ensuring that it fits the level and the challenges that the level entails. So this is something that we need to be very aware of. development of adaptive assessment systems. I'm going again to Mentimeter, but then again I'm going to open the questions by the end of the presentation, so you have more time to go explore, etc., discuss, check the answers. Now, because one of the objectives, we're talking about the challenges of exploring this. The first one is understanding and familiarity with artificial intelligence. And I have been lucky for I enjoy exploring technology, but not everybody finds it easy or finds it um, at some point relevant for the practices. So we need to start training our teachers on integrating as part of teaching methodologies. They need to invest time learning about artificial intelligence, like it or not, because this is our present slash future. So we need to understand what artificial intelligence means and everything. We need to be familiarized with these concepts and with tools, of course. It requires training and professional development. So educators might require training and professional development opportunities. So if you are an administrator, start thinking of how to train your faculty and staff on artificial intelligence. If you are a teacher, start creating community groups with your fellow teachers or co-workers. So you start providing tools, strategies, activities, etc., everything you can gather from this TESOL convention or from other conventions, so you can replicate these successful practices in your classrooms. You need to stay updated with trends, tools, platforms, etc., to make the most out of artificial intelligence in your classroom. This is something we cannot uh, prevent from happening. This is something we need to face. And as I have said before, you have two options: either it is your enemy and that's one sort of menace for your job, or this is something that if you master can be part of your life, and you can just uh, find it as an alternative tool. But you know how to use it, so it depends on you, like how well trained and developed you are in the use of artificial intelligences. The integration with the curriculum, as I said at the very beginning, I cannot conceive a curriculum or a set of curricula that does not include technology and also does not include artificial intelligence as part of the curriculum. Not everybody's, I mean, in Colombia, we have some people starting with ChatGPT. So we need to start integrating that and see how it enhances and supports educational goals, outcomes, etc. At some point during the curriculum, we need to ask our students to create text through ChatGPT, giving the input, so they have a text on as a model for them to check punctuation, grammar, vocabulary. But we need to know how to walk them through. We also need to talk about students' engagement and adaptability, because actual adaptability, because probably something that we have seen is that our students become, and I don't want to say the word, but I might have to say it, lazy, and they rely on artificial intelligence. Then again, I go back to the part in which I was explaining what the skills they need to be fostered about, and they need to be presented. And one of them is soft skills, responsibility, accountability. You cannot prevent your students from using artificial intelligence. What you can do is teach them how to use it responsibly and how to be accountable for what they do. And being diverse, receiving and getting feedback, and receiving and getting experiences, perspectives, etc. Our students are basically digital natives, so they know how to use this, but probably they don't know how to use it properly. So this is when we need to start, as educators, we need to start training them on these skills, soft skills, pretty much. And that's about it. I want to say thanks, and on behalf of the university, Universidad ACPI, I want to say thank you. I want to thank Professor Madrigal for the opportunity. It's been a really nice experience being here again. I don't know if we have a space for questions or if I just simply finish sharing my presentation.
We have space, a 10-minute question and answer session. So you can write your questions via the chat, and please try to ask your questions as concisely as possible. So we already have some questions, so I'm going to be reading to you.
Great.
Okay, so we have Sergio asking, what are some copyright issues we should be careful with when working with artificial intelligence?
That's a challenge because the problem of artificial intelligence is that it takes a big database and corpora, so they might override copyright. That's why we need to train our students on how to create their own content, and the important thing is the input they give, like something that the input tries not to imitate or replicate things that have already been done, because we need to value the work of others. And that is part of the soft skills we are training our students on. Uh, Plagiarism, pretty much. Like, you don't want to copy and paste from ChatGPT. And that at some point, if we don't train our students properly, might happen, like the issues of copywriting, plagiarism. They will not take responsibility for what they do. I would say there are many issues regarding copyright. The situation is how we as educators tackle those issues and make the most out of concepts like responsibility, accountability, um, ethics, etc. But yeah, definitely there are like a great deal of.
Thank you. I think that's the clue, right? To teach them how to deal with it because it's there.
Precisely, yeah.
Okay, we have another question, and it's related to providing feedback using artificial intelligence. So, can you expand a little bit more on how to provide immediate feedback to students?
Um, sure, there are a couple of situations that you can do. The tool that everybody's using, that is ChatGPT, provides immediate feedback, because you type in the text and it gives you the answer immediately. But whenever you want to use a tool such as Audibot, the feedback is immediate in the sense that you record your voice and you listen to yourself, and you can go through an analysis tool, like pronunciation, vocabulary, etc. But when we talk about immediate feedback, is that they put the input on the chat box, and immediately they get the results. That was why I was saying, train your students properly on how to prompt what they say or what they type in the chat box, because I want to evaluate this. I want you to evaluate this text based on grammar, vocabulary, lexical accuracy, etc. So and the important thing, and I guess in my opinion, something that works really well, is using bullet points. If you give the keyword bullet points on the instruction for ChatGPT, it will just totally structure the feedback in a way that the student gets very specifics. And then the student has to share that with you, so you validate whatever the chat box is saying. It's not a matter of like artificial intelligence doing all the job.
Great. So, I guess the clue it's in the prompt, right? How specific you do it.
Yeah, and a piece of advice is use bullet points. Like, give me this using bullet points, and you would structure in a much more organized way.
Great. We have another comment from Rosa. How is that site called? The one I think you were the one you using for illustrating.
Genecraft, Gencraft, Genecraft, like generator craft.
Okay.
And actually, what you can do is, in a very easy way, you can Google. Let me see if I remember how to do that.
I
Like
think you said artificial
artificial
intelligence
illustrations or
illustration.
images. Yeah, and then the first prompt that you're gonna have is Genecraft.
Okay. Then another one is AudioBot for free?
There's the very basic version is for free. Yeah, you can do certain things, but of course you have to pay if you want some other features. Yeah,
Okay.
but the basics, like, for free.
Then here is Claire. And this is regarding the comment you said that you like to have really, I mean, that you that you make sure students are really writing what they are producing, right, in a composition or writing class. But what about virtual classes? How would you deal with that?
There are some tools that you can use. Actually, you can use Padlet, or you can use. There are some tools for students to do simultaneous writing,
Mhm.
and they type in like the important part is that you don't ask for the complete piece of work finished, but you go step by step. So, for example, okay,
Okay.
today we're going to work on the introduction. So, give me a thesis statement, and you walk them through the thesis statement, so you get to know that that's actually their creation. I guess it has to do with how much you're asking your students out of the blue. If you go for one sentence, they are going to do it. Of course, using some help if it is online. But you want to make sure that uh, it is well structured so they don't rely on technology, but they rely on what they know and what you have taught. Yeah, I would say Padlet is one. There is one by Google that I don't remember right now. They use do you use stick notes like sticky notes. I don't remember the name now, but yeah, there are some tools that you can use for step by step like writing processes. Positively, sure. Just let me check
And
the name.
going on the
Sure.
same line, what about, for example, you're still in a virtual environment and you're asking for an assignment, right? So, how would you deal with that?
I did something once because I was not sure about these students creating their own. So what I did was asking them to hand write the text and take a picture, scan the pictures
Okay.
of handwritten text. But if you want to go that far, the tool I was thinking of developed by Google is Jamboard. When you use Jamboard, you can get like little pieces of information step by step. You create the text. Yeah.
Okay, and there's Angie's comment. It says, so in order to use it as an evaluation tool, we need to program it. How long could it take for a beginner tech teacher to make an evaluation rubric like those?
If you want a blunt answer, I would say it takes forever. No, but like no. In order to motivate fellow teachers, it is trial and error. I mean, you can try several times until you find a prompt that fits your needs. Because as I said in the examples at the very beginning, is evaluate this, and then it gives general evaluation. But if you want to be more specific, you need to give yourself certain time to know what is that you want to specifically assess, and then you start giving very specific prompts. I want to check grammar, specifically the use of present perfect, and I want to use punctuation, specifically the use of commas, etc. So it will take a solid semester. In my case, took me a semester to get really into what I wanted. But then again, it's try and error. And when I finally obtained what I wanted, it saved me a lot of time. But yeah, it requires. It depends on the group. It depends on your expectations on what you want to really specifically assess. But it takes some time. I'm not gonna lie. It's not like it happens out of the blue in the morning that you wake up very clear and you say, "This is the instruction." No, you have to go because as we have seen, uh, chatbots have memory, so they adapt to your needs, but they require a little bit more help in the form of very specific input. Yeah.
Once I heard that in artificial intelligence is like meeting someone. You get to ask questions and then you get, oh, this is how it goes, and you start chatting with it.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Okay, and we have another question, and it says, are there tutorials available?
Yeah, definitely. You can go to YouTube, and you can on the one hand, YouTube is a very good source of tutorials, but also the very specific pages have tours, guided tours on how to create audios, on how to create pictures, etc. There's some that's something people don't usually do, but if you can go and like explore or browse through the website or the application on the phone, and it has they usually have tutorials on how to go step by step, and they teach you how to be more specific on the prompts or the instructions you're given artificial intelligence. Yeah, definitely.
So I think there are no more questions, right? Okay, so, well, thank you very much. It was such a pleasure to be here in your presentation. And thanks for the insights into this important topic. So we don't get to see it as an enemy, but as a tool that we can use in class.
Yeah, I want to just close this presentation. On the one hand, I want to thank ACPI Tesol and on behalf of that Professor Madrigal for the opportunity because it has been a really great experience. And I want to conclude with that specifically. Like artificial intelligences are not going to take our jobs as long as we know how to deal with them and we step ahead. Like we are the ones who rule our classrooms, and that's something what we need to empower our fellow colleagues with. Something like that expression: empower ourselves in front of technology.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so at this point, we will take a short coffee break before we listen to the rest of the presentations of the day. So please join us at 2:20 and enjoy your coffee. Welcome back, everyone. We will now continue with the presentation of the day. Mrs. Keisha Bryan from the United States is in charge of delivering the next presentation, entitled Maslow Before Bloom, Embracing Courageous Conversations in Tesol Spaces and Beyond. Mrs. Keisha Bryan is an associate professor of education and interim chairperson in the Department of Teaching and Learning at Tennessee State University in Nashville, Tennessee. Woohoo! She earned a master's in TESOL from State University of New York, Stony Brook, and a PhD in TESOL, bilingual education from the University of Florida. She is a former public school English language arts and ESL teacher. Dr. Bryan has served on the editorial advisory boards of the TESOL Journal, Literacy Research, Theory, Method, and Practice Journal, and the Caribbean Educational Research Journal. In addition, she is an English language specialist for the U.S. Department of State and current director on the TESOL International Association Board of Directors. So let us please welcome Mrs. Bryan.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. So I'm going to pull up my file. Thank you all for bearing with me. This is the first time that I am using StreamYard. I am loving it. So thank you so much. Let's see, share my screen. Okay, can you see my presentation now? Perfect, because I'm hoping that this works out okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. Thanks for attending this talk entitled Maslow Before Bloom, Embracing Courageous Conversations in TESOL Spaces and Beyond. Before I get started, I'd like to thank the leadership of Costa Rica TESOL for this invite, and especially Professor Ana Madrigal-Ramola for taking care of the logistics and answering my millions of questions as I learn about your amazing organization and its membership. I'm excited to discuss ways that we can approach, embrace, and benefit from courageous conversations as we reinvent meaningful trends in language teaching. In this talk, I will actually address or talk about how we address the societal elephants in language classroom. And I'm sure that in this session, we have teachers, professors, students, and organizational leaders. And so as we go through this presentation, I want you to think. I want you to think about how we address societal elephants in the language classroom. Creativity and international perspectives are a focus of this year's convention. So today's presentation will focus on taking a look in the mirror, okay, or sweeping around our own front doors, as my grandmother would say, as we assure that we are affirming the diversity of our students and the English language teaching workforce. I like learning from you and your experiences and your situations in your context, even more than I enjoy imparting knowledge. As such, I will pose questions for reflection and answer, and I will only use the time that is needed to share the information that I have today. So this journey for this presentation will include information about the TESOL International Association. It will include my story, who I am, and how I got to where I am. We will talk a little bit about Maslow and Bloom. We will have courageous conversations, I'm hoping. I'm not sure about this particular context. I'll see how we can do that. And then I'll talk about what's happening in the US context, the TESOL International Association's stance on what is happening, not only in the US context, but globally. And then we'll look in our own mirrors. We'll look at ourselves to see exactly what is happening in our classrooms and our context with our policies and with our procedures regarding English language learning and English language teaching. And then we'll end with concluding recommendations and discussions. So, a little bit about the TESOL International Association. I come to you as Keisha, we'll talk about my identities later, but I come to you as a representative of the TESOL International Association. TESOL is a membership community of 13,000 English language teachers and other professionals. There are more than 170 countries represented in its network. We work with more than 120 local and global English language organizations. We have a number of communities of practice that include our interest sections and our professional learning networks. As English language teaching professionals, we are your one-stop shop for professional development, research, and resources regarding the community, as well as global advocacy. As one of two new members of the TESOL International Board of Directors, my term began on March 2023, so I'm fairly new. So this is my first keynote as a board member. My election to the board of directors was especially significant and heartwarming because I'm only the third African American or Black American woman to be elected to the board in its 57-year history. And for some context, board members are elected every year. I encourage you, if you haven't already done so, to become involved in the TESOL International Association. I love to give credit where credit is due, and I realize that I stand on the shoulders of giants, so I pay homage to all of my fellow board members, especially those who came before me, but I especially want to pay homage to two African American women who are phenomenal English language teaching professionals who have paved the way for diverse peoples and diverse voices to be seen and heard in leadership capacities within the association. I will share the work that we have done a few slides from now, but they are Mary Romney Schaub, who served from 1999 to 2002 on the TESOL International Board of Directors, and Dr. Ayana Cooper, who served from 2020 until 2023 on the TESOL Association, International Association Board of Directors. So now my story, how did I enter this TESOL space? It is important to tell the story of how I entered this profession and my life's work in the English language teaching space. You see, to share where I am in my work without sharing my background and how I entered this space would be quite disingenuous. My experiences growing up happily impoverished, and I say happily impoverished because when you are poor, sometimes you're very happy and you don't even know that you're poor or impoverished, depending on your particular context. So I was happily impoverished in a country with a clear class system that was often race-based, and I spoke a dialect that made me a target for linguistic discrimination. However, these experiences, they brought me to this place, and it provided lots of context for my career. I am a child of the 70s and 80s. I don't want to date myself. I grew up in coastal South Carolina in the United States in a working class to poor Black family. And when I say poor, I don't mean poor in terms of culture. I mean poor in terms of financial means. Coastal South Carolina is important to the cultural history of the US, as it was the point in which enslaved Africans, my ancestors, who were very linguistically diverse, they were dropped off and sold to the highest bidder. Research suggests that most Blacks who are descendants of slaves have connections to the Sea Islands off the coast of South Carolina and Georgia. And this again is a part of my story. In these pictures, you'll see the structure where you'll see my family. You'll see me and my mother, me and my father, my great grandmother, who I never met, who was just about one generation away from slavery, right? And I never had the opportunity to meet them. And then you'll see a most current cultural celebration. So the cultural and linguistics ties that were there during slavery, they still exist. And we'll talk about how that is a part of my story. I mentioned the unique culture of the Sea Islands of coastal South Carolina. With a unique culture often comes a unique language or a unique dialect. So if you would think about those in your particular context who may be from an indigenous background or from a racially minoritized background. See, I grew up speaking 3 varieties of English. The dominant variety, which has been termed standard, the so-called standard English, and then African American English, African American Vernacular English, or Ebonics, which is spoken by the vast majority of African Americans in the United States. And then I grew up speaking Gullah or Gullah Geechee. It's a variety of English that is only spoken by Blacks on the Sea Islands off the coast of South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And what we have here in this picture, just so that you'll see, is that we have a picture of the title of 2 books, the South Carolina, the St. Helena Island, Gullah, The Voice of an Island, and Gullah is the actual language. Then you have Africanisms and the Gullah dialect, because much of the dialect was comprised of Africanisms or African words, okay? And then you have a more current picture of the flags of the Gullah people. And this is how we tend to kind of promote our history by making sure we have the flags of the people of African descent. And then you have a document here that says, "Nothing be wrong with the way I be talking," right? And that's typical African American vernacular English. Nothing be wrong with the way I be talking, right? And so obviously most language teachers would say, oh, that's grammatically incorrect. But for African Americans, it's a part of who we are. It is our language and it's systematically strong. So here I have a map of the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida, where the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor is, and where the Gullah Geechee people survive and live and thrive to this day. And one of my articles about On Being Gullah Geechee, a story of my identity, reconciliation, and linguistic love. I believe that it was during my high school years when I became fully aware of just how different and beautiful the Gullah language is. It was also during that time that I became fully aware of what W.E.B. Du Bois termed double consciousness. I was a high achieving student who had a broad social circle, but it became quite evident that students like me were not standard bearers of language. I quickly realized that my language was stigmatized. The way that I spoke English was very stigmatized, and that in order to be successful, I had to quickly be able to learn and use the language of the dominant group. That was the language of power, but it was also the language of oppression, right? So after viewing a TED Talk by a fellow St. Helena Islander, I'm from a place called St. Helena Island, years ago, I realized that my experiences as Gullah Geechee was not an anomaly. I now revel in my Gullah Geechee pride, and I promote linguistic self-love amongst groups whose languages are marginalized. In the context of my classroom, I tend to parallel my experiences learning standard American English as a second dialect to that of emergent bilinguals who are learning English. When I teach applied linguistics, I use examples from Gullah. When I teach Tesol methods courses, I discuss methods of teaching students who speak minoritized varieties of English, like African American Vernacular English, like Gullah, like the Englishes of the Caribbean. I share the ways that racism and hegemonic linguistic ideologies operate as two sides of the same coin within the English language teaching profession. And it is my hope that through my story and the stories of other bidialectal and bilingual scholars, that teacher educators and K through 12 language and literacy teachers can enact an anti-racist language pedagogy that highlights identity as a significant construct in language learning, as well as the research, and acknowledge that linguistic identities are multiple, they're subject to change, and they are also a site of struggle. I utilize Black languages like Gullah and African American Vernacular English as subjects of linguistic study and inquiry. And I understand that you may not be familiar with Gullah or African American Vernacular English, but think about your particular context and what the marginalized languages are. Think about your context and consider who the marginalized peoples are. I critically interrogate white linguistic hegemony and anti-Black linguistic racism. And in my work, I promote linguistic justice as a type of social justice. So I utilize a scholarship in language teaching materials that are written by Indigenous people of color, also in the context of language and literacy classrooms. So I tend to use my history and my experiences in order to teach and facilitate language learning as well as teacher development. So just a little bit about my current teaching context. As Professor Anna mentioned earlier, I am a professor of education, English language education at the Tennessee State University. That's in Nashville, Tennessee. If you know anything about Nashville, it is actually coined Music City. It's the Music City capital of the United States. So there's a lot of music going on. My context is also unique because it is a historically Black university. In the context of the United States, there are 102 historically Black colleges or universities. These universities were found because there was discrimination and Black Americans or African Americans could not get accepted to other universities or predominantly white institutions. And so African Americans decided to build their own universities. And those universities today are very diverse, but they still exist. I work in the College of Education, and I primarily, again, work in teacher preparation. So the first picture you see is that of Tennessee State University, where my current teaching context is. And then you see, five fabulous ESL teachers who currently went through our bachelor's degree program, and now they're teaching English to emergent bilinguals. Oftentimes, we don't want to address the elephant in the room, right? And that elephant in the room is race, it's religion, it's often language ability, it's often disabilities. And I usually tell my students that their potential is more than can be expressed within the bounds of their race or ethnic identity. I continuously want to affirm their identities as they are learning English. And that wonderful quote is by the tennis player, African-American tennis player, Arthur Ashe. Again, a little bit more about the context. My research, to contextualize my research, it is basically to affirm, inspire, and empower English language teachers as well as English language learners. And so if you do a Google search on the work that I do and the articles that I've published, they tend to surround themselves or talk about culturally sustaining language pedagogies, right? Those teaching practices that are culturally sustaining for our students. We want to make sure that that's important. So teaching, using a context, using a pedagogy that's culturally sustaining. And then I focus a whole lot on language acquisition and intersectionality, right? Thinking about our multiple identities and how those identities intersect and how they impact language acquisition. My work is centered also around critical pedagogies, being critical about our teaching, what materials we're using, who we are employing as teachers and recruiting as teachers, as well as language weaponization, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. And my purpose, one of my purposes is to call out injustices. I believe that it's so important as a teacher, as a researcher, and as a community activist for immigrant children and children who have been minoritized and families that have been more minoritized in the context of the United States, that I call out these injustices when I see them and that I actually initiate those courageous conversations that I hope will help to make a change. So we go back to one of my favorite memes. In teaching, you can't do the Bloom stuff until you take care of the Maslow stuff. You cannot do the Bloom stuff until you take care of the Maslow stuff. And I'm going to stop right here 1 minute. Let's see. To make sure that there aren't any questions or comments. Feel free to actually share questions or comments. I can't see them right now, but this is one of my favorite quotes because I think both Maslow and Bloom are extremely important. Our children need to Maslow before they can bloom. And when I think of blooming, I think of blooming like a flower. And so Benjamin Bloom and his educational theory is about those objectives that we tend to have, that we focus our teaching strategies on, right? It's like how you teach. It's knowledge at the base, and then there's understanding. We want to make sure that our students understand the language. We want to use the language in terms of teaching content in a lot of cases. We want to make sure the language is grammatically correct. We have activities in the language classroom where they actually apply this knowledge that they're learning from us. We want to make sure that they're able to use the language, the English language in this case, in order to provide an analysis for the information or the context that situation that we're providing them. We want them to be able to think critically so that they can synthesize and also evaluate, right? And so I think we would say that the Bloom stuff is extremely important. That those are your teaching strategies, critical thinking skills, using language in order to learn, right? And so that's very important. However, Maslow is just as important, right? Abraham Maslow in the 1940s, I think, in the 1950s, came up with this. He's a psychologist. Came up with a motivation for improvement kind of chart, and we generally use this triangle when we talk about the needs of our learners, the needs of anybody, right? We have physiological needs. Those are our survival type things: air, water. We all need air in order to live. We need water. We need food. We need shelter. We need sleep. We need clothing. And we know that it's important to reproduce. That's how we survive, right? As a species. And then we have those safety needs, right? Personal security, employment, resources, health, and property. And then going up, we need love and belonging. We're not an island unto ourselves. We need friendship. We need intimacy. We need family. And we need that sense of connection. Our students need friendship, our students need family, and they need a sense of connection, right? And they need those professionally intimate relationships where they have a relationship with their teacher one-on-one, where they can talk to their teachers about anything that might be happening to them, that might be impacting their learning of the language, right? And then they also need respect. As teachers, our responsibility is also to encourage them to make sure they have self-esteem as they're learning the language, right? And they have some status. We recognize what it is that they're doing that's right, even as we correct them, okay? We provide them the strength they need in order to learn the language. We give them freedom to learn that language so that they can self-actualize and become who they want to become, okay? And think about this in the context of language teaching and language learning, especially that esteem, so the esteem, right, part, and then the love and belonging, right? As we think about how um, we can actually incorporate Maslow before we actually focus on Bloom, or as we focus on Bloom, it's important to have those courageous conversations. One of my mentors would say, there is no Bloom. Students who can't learn if they are not comfortable in the setting in which they are learning, right? As teachers, we've learned a whole lot of great information here at this convention. We have learned a whole lot of strategies. We have been provided tools that we can take back to our classrooms. We have listened to a lot of the publishers provide us information, great information. But it takes us, in order to set the environment and the stage, in order to love on our students, for them to effectively learn, right? And so we have to be willing also to have those courageous conversations with one another as colleagues, right? To make sure that our environment is set up for learning. I want to also put out there that, especially within the context of the United States, um, you know, our classrooms are a microcosm of society. They're microcosms of society. And so basically, much of what is happening in society, whether or not we believe it, it's impacting our students. Okay. And so while we still have a way to go as an association, TESOL International Association, I applaud TESOL International for encouraging courageous conversations through sessions and like this one, panels during the international convention that we just had in Portland, Oregon in March of 2023. The program for these conferences looked drastically different than it did 10 years ago, with regard to meshing both social issues that impact English learners and ELT professionals who are from groups that have been historically marginalized, right? So at one point, TESOL, we only focused on strategies for language teaching. We never hardly focused on social issues, but we have to understand that those issues also impact our membership. They impact the students who we serve and their families, right? We have to also remember that we cannot, or always remember that we cannot address the Bloom stuff until we address the Maslow stuff. And so generally speaking, when we have these courageous conversations, there are 4 agreements. We must stay engaged, okay, when we have courageous conversation. We must be willing to experience discomfort. We must speak our truths, and we must accept and expect non-closure. So when we're having conversations about religion, when we're having conversations about race, when we're having conversations about culture in the context of the classroom, in the context of society, in the context of a diverse society where we clearly have social injustices, we must stay engaged. We must be able to experience discomfort and speak our truth and accept non-closure. In a 2020 article that I wrote with J.P. Gerald, one of the quotes that we would always use, and this goes back to having those courageous conversations so that we can get to the point where our students are comfortable and where our English language teaching professionals are comfortable. We acknowledge there can be no reconciliation or restoration without the acknowledgement of truth, whatever those truths may be about what is happening in your society. And we have to kind of have those conversations. even within the context of the language classroom or our workspaces. And so there are generally two, I'm going to outline a few issues that we have been having in the context of the United States. And this is just not unique to the United States, it's unique to the entire world, because what we tend to do is we tend to put English on a pedestal. We understand the importance of English to providing empowerment for our students. But we have to understand that there can also be a weaponization of language. And that's important for us to understand, right? And so one of the quotes that I like to use is that even the slightest differences in language use can correspond with biased beliefs of speakers. And so it's super important that we understand that. So a video clip, I think I'm going to be able to share this video clip. I follow this teacher on Instagram, and she tends to post a lot of videos about language and about the teaching profession. And so, of course, you're going to use less formal language because you're on social media. And so she, as a Black person, would get a lot of comments about the language that she uses. So I'm going to play this clip really quickly. Hopefully we can all hear it.
I'll tell y'all something. I get comments like this all the time, and I'm sick of it. I'm sorry, but if you can't use correct pronunciation and proper English, you should not be teaching. You're funny, and I love watching you, but you're teaching by example when they listen to you every day mispronounce words. Do better. Thelma, it's called code switching, best friend. If you can't code switch, or you don't know what code switching is, just say that thing. But no one uses proper grammar at all times, especially not on social media. So I'm going to continue to code switch. People are going to continue to leave comments like this, and I'm going to continue to code switch because it shows that you don't know how.
Okay, so interestingly enough, the poster, this young lady, she actually talks about code switching and how important it is to code switch. But when she doesn't code switch, if she can't code switch, then the language can be weaponized, and what happens is people discriminate based on the type of English that a person is speaking. People will discriminate because you're a non-native speaker of English. And so in those contexts, English is definitely weaponized. And so when I talk about language weaponization being an issue, I first define it. Language weaponization is the process of using language to harm or manipulate others, right? And this can be done through a variety of means, right? Language weaponization can have a significant impact on individuals and societies. It can be used to justify violence, to suppress dissent, to divide people along lines of race, ethnicity, religion, or other factors, right? People could not get jobs because of the type of language or English that they speak. There are a number of ways that English is weaponized. So the question is, whose English is right and whose English is wrong, right? And I want you to think about that. Whose English is right and whose English is wrong. And you can actually substitute the word English with any language because every language has various varieties.
I'll tell y'all something. I get comments like this all.
So the second issue, number 2, is the assault on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And again, this is within the context of the United States. And you see, I have a map here of states where DEI, and that's diversity, equity, and inclusion legislation has been introduced, has been approved, or has failed. Okay. A growing number of states have introduced legislation that would restrict or ban diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives at public colleges and in K through 12 schools and in society in general. There are currently more than 30 bills across this country, the United States, targeting DEI funding, practices, and promotion at schools. And as of June 19th, six states have signed into law certain bills that actually restricts diversity, equity, and inclusion. Well, why does this matter to English language teachers, and especially those around the world? Well, because it often impacts students and their families. And I think you can learn what not to do as a country by watching the United States. I know people tend to think, we have it together here, but we don't necessarily have it together, right? These laws and legislation are impacting immigrant students and their families. It often impacts the teaching of true histories and social issues within the context of the language classroom. And it impacts diversity, equity, and inclusion funding that assists with professional development for English language teachers, as well as the relationship between universities and school systems. So the assault on DEI in this country is very interesting. And right now, last week, Florida passed an initiative where a lot of the immigrant population, especially those undocumented individuals, are actually leaving the state to go into states that are a bit more friendly, and will be providing them the opportunities to integrate into the state financial and social systems. So the assault on DEI is another issue that's an interesting issue to watch because it impacts language teaching and language programs. So the TESOL Diverse Task Force, came about because TESOL International Association has decided to acknowledge truths, okay, and to focus on issues that impact English language teachers in the association. The impetus for that was that there was an academic session at the 2018 convention, I think it was in Atlanta, that featured the use of the N-word. And the N-word is a derogatory word for Black people, specifically in the context of the United States. And so this was at our TESOL convention. And I can't remember the actual information in the session, but I know the N-word was used. And so members of minoritized groups, including BELCLAF, the Black English Language Professionals and Friends Network in TESOL, started to voice concerns about issues of equity and inclusion within the association. They wanted to know how the session could get past anybody and how that session could be featured at our international conference. They also focused on the lack of diversity in conference programs, specifically as featured or keynote speakers. Why is it? The question was posed that very few of the speakers were African American or of African descent or Latino. The majority of the speakers were white, right? And so TESOL said, you know what? We are going to pull together a diverse voices task force. And that task force was made up of 8 to 9 diverse members from the association. And it was convened in 2019 to investigate the state of diversity, equity, and inclusion within the association. The task force conducted research with peer organizations. They surveyed the TESOL membership, and they held listening sessions with members from underrepresented groups within the association. And they also spoke with many of the affiliates. So here's what they found. And this in and of itself is a courageous conversation that we had to have as an organization. While I was having my courageous conversations in my classrooms at the university, and my K through 12 ESL colleagues were having their courageous conversations in the context of their classrooms, we had to have courageous conversations as an association, as an organization that supports English language teachers around the globe, but also English language learners and their families. So some of the specific findings of the task force, TESOL's membership was not as diverse as it could be. And so there was a need for more diverse representation, specifically in TESOL's leadership, as well as the membership, right? Only 13% of TESOL members identified as Black or African American, even though we knew that there's a large population of teachers who could become members. And then only 10% identified as Hispanic or Latino. And so that was problematic and troublesome because we know that the majority of the English language learners in the context of the United States identify as Hispanic or Latino, yet these teachers are not a part of our membership. We also found that there was a need for a more inclusive culture within TESOL where all members would feel welcomed and respected. There was a need for more resources and support for members from underrepresented groups. We noticed that TESOL's leadership was not as diverse as it could be. For example, only 2% of TESOL's board of directors at the time identified as Black, and only 4% identified as Hispanic or Latino. Now, we know that there are a number of barriers that prevent members from underrepresented groups from getting involved in the TESOL International Association. These barriers included a lack of access to resources, financial resources, because it costs in order to be a member of the association. However, there's a new initiative now where we are providing memberships for specific peoples so that they can make sure they're involved in the association. There's a lack of representation, as I mentioned earlier, in leadership, and people tend to like to see themselves in their leadership. And then there was a sense of feeling unwelcomed or excluded. And so we worked really hard to change that. We had the courageous conversation so that we could change these situations, right? So ultimately, the TESOL International Association Diverse Task Force recommendations were that we are going to create a new position of Chief Diversity Officer to oversee these diversity, equity, inclusion efforts. We're going to develop a new DEI strategic plan. We'll invest in more resources and training for members on diversity, equity, and inclusion in language topics. And then we'll create more opportunities for members from underrepresented groups to become involved in the TESOL Association. Those were a few of our recommendations. I served actually as the co-chair of the Diverse Voices Task Force. And so fast forward a few years, so this happened in 2019, now we're in 2023, and we have a strategic plan. And so in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, and access, the TESOL strategic plan has laser focus on those areas. And so the goal is to increase the diversity of TESOL's membership as well as its leadership, to create a more inclusive culture within the association, and to provide more resources and support for members from underrepresented groups. And we also wanted to focus it on advocacy, to advocate for policy and practices that promote equity and inclusion in the field of TESOL. TESOL is committed to continuing its DEI efforts in creating a more equitable organization for all of its members and all of its affiliates, like Costa Rica TESOL, right? The association believes that DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and access, okay, we have to add that A, DEIA, access, is essential for TESOL, for our organization, for our profession, to achieve its mission of advancing the quality of language education for all learners. So now we come to the time where we get to have some very courageous conversations. And I can't see your questions or your comments at this time, so please make sure you put them in the chat. But for professional associations like Costa Rica TESOL, like ACPI, okay, how diverse and inclusive is your English language teaching organization? I have 3 questions for you, okay? 3 questions that will lead to courageous conversations in your organization or your association. How do you ensure that your organization's leadership is diverse, right? How do you ensure that? How do you ensure that there is membership representation from all segments of your society, right? How do you ensure that? How do you recruit members? How do you reach out to the different segments of the population and say, hey, I know that you are teaching English. We need you to be represented in this organization, right? And then when they get there, how do you ensure that they feel a sense of inclusion and belonging in your organization? How do you get people from the southern part of Costa Rica, the northern part of Costa Rica, the western part, and the eastern part to become involved equally in your association? So those are the questions for those of you who are in here who are members or in the leadership of a professional association. It could be at a larger level like the country, or it could be actually at a regional level. For school leaders, I know that we have some school leaders here today, right? I have some tough questions for you. We want to make sure that you're involved in these courageous conversations as well. And so I want to ask my school leaders, if you're in a leadership position at a school, right? Do you prefer native English speakers over non-native speakers to become teachers at your school? If so, why? Because we know that there is a bias against non-native speakers of English, okay? And that's not right. And so we need to think about these ideologies that we've espoused, right? Do you prefer whites over non-whites? Do you prefer whites over indigenous peoples, right? Or over blacks? Who are you hiring for English teaching positions and why? And there's a whole literature, Mary Romney, who I mentioned earlier, she did a study where she actually surveyed positions, announcements, vacancies for English language teachers around the world. And there were lots of ads who wanted white native speakers of English, right? What about Black native speakers of English, right? What about Latino native speakers of English? Or what about just speakers of English, non-native or native? And so we have to think about who are we hiring for English teaching position. And I understand there are lots of variables that we must consider, okay? Do you have a preference for teachers with specific accents or dialects, right? So think about that. And what are the implications for teaching and what are the implications for learning? And again, I say that I understand that there are lots of variables and contextual factors that must be considered when we're asking these tough questions and having these courageous conversations. For university personnel like myself, I consider myself a university personnel. I work at a college, at a university. Who are you recruiting and training to become English language teachers, right? Or ESL teachers or EFL teachers? Do you prefer candidates from certain socioeconomic backgrounds? Do you have a preference for teacher candidates from a certain region of your country? Are you placing candidates in rural and marginalized areas to teach English, right? Again, this is very much based on context. And are you preparing candidates to embrace Maslow before they're jumping into Bloom? Do you allow candidates to have opportunities to learn about affirming the identities of their English language learners? And for classroom teachers, of whom I think there are many on this call, how are you affirming, how are you inspiring, and how are you empowering your English language learners or your emergent bilinguals? Are you paying attention to Maslow's hierarchy of needs? It's great. We need to have a backpack, a toolkit of our strategies, of powerful strategies to teach the language. But how else are you using the language to affirm their identities and inspire them and empower them? right? How are you allowing them to trans language in the context of your classroom, or is it strictly English in this classroom? Are you allowing them to use the various dialects of Spanish as they learn English? Are you showing a preference for one type of spoken English variety over another? What kind of materials are you using, right? And whose language, whose English is represented in the curriculum and the materials? If I look through the books, the textbooks that you're using, who are the people who are being identified as native speakers of English? What do they look like? Do they look like me? Right? I consider myself a native speaker of English, right? Are there subtle biases or prejudices in those textbooks that you're using, in those materials that you're using? Are you using English to address the social justice issues that may impact your students now or in the future, right? And so these are some of the courageous conversations that we must have in the context of the classroom. So one of the quotes that I tend to share with my teachers, with my teacher candidates, when I tell them about Maslow and how it's so important to build connections with their students and affirm their students' identities as they're teaching them the language, is that a child cannot be taught by anyone who despises him or her. A child cannot be taught by anybody whose demand essentially is that the child repudiate his experience and all that gives him sustenance. And so it's important when we talk about language and when we talk about language teaching that we're willing to talk about language as not being apolitical, right? Because language teaching and language is very political, right? And we must make sure that we're not asking a child to give up their language, their own native language, their own experiences, their own culture and cultures in order to learn and speak the English language. So I want you to think about this. And again, I want us to have this conversation. So I'm about to end, but what are some other courageous conversations that must be had in your English language teaching context? What are some courageous conversations that you need to talk about? What are some things that you can talk about in your school in terms of language learning and identities? So as I conclude, I leave you with a few recommendations from one of the papers that I wrote that was called The Illusion of Inclusion, Black English Language Professionals, right? The Illusion of Inclusion. The first practice is to examine and critique your English language teaching curriculum and materials for diversity and inclusivity, not just the type of English, but also in terms of the faces of the people who represent English in the English language profession. Practice 2, examine and critique hiring practices that disadvantage certain professionals, certain English language teaching professionals. All right, so we need to look at who's actually doing the hiring and who's being hired. And hold English language teaching organizations accountable for who their memberships are and who's representing the entirety of the profession. And then the final practice is to use your privilege, because we all have some privilege in some way or the other. Yes, I'm African American, I'm a Black American woman, I'm proud of that, but I also am privileged because I'm highly educated. I'm no longer impoverished, I'm no longer poor, I can afford some things that others can't afford. So I'm going to use my privilege to benefit the English language teaching profession by initiating these courageous conversations. Other people may not feel comfortable initiating these conversations, so I step in and I do that. And so I thank you. I thank you for having me here today to provide you with hopefully a little bit of affirmation and a little bit of inspiration as you go on to empower your students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate this topic, bringing it up. It's very helpful, especially to be vulnerable, right, in our classes and help students feel that they are part of it and that they don't have to fit in. So there are a few questions. Sorry. Okay. We're going to open now the floor for questions. So for people, remember that you can type your questions in the chat and we will transfer them to our specialist. Please try to ask your questions as concisely as possible, please. While people write their questions, I already have some of them and some comments, so I'm going to start with them. Okay, we have Sergio's comments, and he says, we may have students who have come from different backgrounds, and some of them evidence special phonological features that may affect comprehension. Which feedback strategies would you suggest not to affect these students' self-esteem?
Oh, that's a great one. First, I think when you actually talk to students, you tell them everything, your language is actually fine. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all diverse. I usually tell them, I compare it to AM, FM radio, right? And I tell them, my students, I'm like, we can be on AM radio and FM radio. We have several different stations, okay? And so what I generally do is I allow them to use their phonological features, and that's fine. But then I have them practice. I have them emulate. So I might have them listen to someone else and try to mock the way that they speak. But ultimately, I'm making sure I'm affirming their identities by not telling them they can't use their phonological features or those phonological features are incorrect. I tell them that it's okay to have AM and to have FM, okay? Because we all have different stations, different varieties that we speak when we are with those who we love versus in a professional setting. So that's one of the strategies that I would definitely use. I use the normal strategies that most English language teaching professionals are aware of, but I provide love on top of it. I provide affirmation on top of it before we even get into, okay, let's practice it, saying it or doing it this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's a comment here that says, standard languages have had a major impact on creating negative linguistic attitudes, even towards native speakers who use some variation of their native languages. So I don't know, you want to say something or?
I just want to tell Daniela is that she is absolutely correct. And my work and my research is about these negative language ideologies because they actually impact everything. They impact the self-esteem of children. Children think they can. I have Black students in my classrooms and they don't see themselves as possibly being teachers of English because they speak Black English. And so they have already internalize these negative ideologies and attitudes about their language. So they give up an entire professional career because they don't think that they're good enough.
Okay, thanks for your comment. There's another one from Angie, and it says, I think this could be adapted to our contexts. Like the presenter talked at the beginning with people who usually are outcast. Okay. Then we have Colton's comment, and he says, I've noticed other people of color in my same position. Sorry. I've noticed other people of color in my same position are treated very differently and not welcome equally. Or I'm seen as more of an expert because I'm American, even though it's not true. Also, I have toned down my Southern accent to fit the standard American accent. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Colton, you're absolutely right. I'm Southern and American, so I feel you. I understand. Mm-hmm.
Then we have Susie's comment, and she says, I think right now we have the chance to involve and be more inclusive with the variety of accents and materials, resources we can find to practice the second language.
Mm-hmm.
There's another comment from Angie. Love these new concept of translanguaging. We have been instructed for years not to allow L1 within the class. Mhm.
So I don't want to talk too much, but Angie, you're absolutely right. We have to make sure we affirm students' identities so that they don't think that they have to give up L1 in order to get L2. Wrong idea.
Pearlie's comment says, I agree. Materials resources say a lot about the inclusivity of the environment and instructor. Claire's comment says, remember, you only have one life, so live it the way you want to. Never let anyone else change who you are.
Yes, Claire.
We have Gloriela's comment. It says years ago, one coworker who was studying abroad mentioned that when he was asked, "What is your profession?" he said, "I'm a tutor." He did not say he was an English teacher because of fear to be judged.
Yep.
Angie says, for Mrs. Bryan, which would be your piece of advice for teachers who feel outcasted because of their background?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I wish I could connect with you later, Angie, because I have so much to share. I was there. Generally speaking, in the context of the United States, there aren't many Black English language teachers. So my thing is to love yourself and to see yourself as the expert that you are, and to ignore all the noise in the background. To ignore them. Okay. And so you just have to do the very best for yourself and for your students.
Thank you. Joanna says, well, that is a common situation with our Creole English in Costa Rica. It's for both teachers who speak Creole and go to a university to study English teaching, and the students who grew up speaking Creole who can understand you and could have a valuable experience, but they are afraid to speak.
Yes, very parallel experience. Yes.
Angie says, and also as someone who lived it and now as a professor, what can you tell us to encourage our students when they feel judged or made fun of or made fun of since their accents are different?
That they are special. Someone said it earlier. I can't remember her name. You only have one life to live. God didn't make us to be all the same. And so embrace their accents, because their accents are a part of who they are and a part of what their ancestors have given them. That is a gift. And that is a gift that they should embrace.
Yeah, Claire was the one who said that.
Yes, Claire. Thank you, Claire.
Okay, and then Daniela says, Limon Creole is a language, not English, or an English dialect. But you're right, they're marginalized because of their minority language. I guess there are no more questions, right? Or comments? So thank you very much. I don't know if there's something else you want to say?
No, I just wanted to thank you all for having me, and thank you for being an absolutely amazing audience. Hopefully, I can get a copy of the comments maybe a little bit later. If you all want to reach out to me, please contact Professor Anna, and she will give you my contact information. I enjoy having these conversations so we can keep the conversation going. Thank you so much.
Welcome. And now we're going to continue. And so now we're going to move to Mrs. Lorena Ojeda from Argentina, who will present nurturing inclusion and motivation in your English classes. Mrs. Ojeda graduated from Natural University of Tucumán. She holds 2 bachelors, one in English teaching and another in English with a major in literature and linguistics. She also holds a Tesol certificate. She has lived in the USA for 8 years, working as an ESL teacher for language schools, implementing immersion programs. So, without further ado, Let us give the floor to Mrs. Lorena Ojeda.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. Thank you again. This is my second year presenting for Costa Rica teachers and for, the community of everyone here. So I'm really excited about it. And I would, like to have all your participation. Um, I don't know how to share my presentation. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you.
Sorry, is there any bottom that says like share screen or something?
Yes, it says present, but when I click on it, it says you have no slides. Should I? Because I want to share a link.
Okay, just let me check.
Oh,
Do you think it's better if we present the slides? Okay,
I'm trying to
the
upload my
IT is
PDF,
telling me
if that helps.
to. Sorry?
I'm trying to upload a PDF, if that works.
Okay, they're also telling me if you can share screen.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I got it here.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Great. Okay. This is my first time using StreamYard. I apologize.
Don't worry.
Okay. Not sure if
I think it's coming.
you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. We're good. All right. So much for your patience. So today we're going to talk about inclusion and motivation in your English classes. I'll be happy to read or hear any comments, the idea is for this session to be interactive. First of all, we're going to talk about social emotional learning. We're going to also talk about the benefits of using stories in the social emotional learning context, how we can strategize and develop empathy through stories, and different types of social emotional learning that you can adapt in using your classes. And then we're going to discuss some final remarks. So before we start, I'd like to share a song, just part of it, but to give you some sort of
Don't forget
feel
to
of what we start.
hit the red
Okay.
button below and subscribe.
Can you hear the audio? Can you guys? Hello, hello. Can you guys hear the audio? I'm not sure if you can hear it.
Yes, we're able to hear it.
So the idea with this song is to introduce teachers and students to be able to be mindful. Remember, mindfulness is also about being here and present in your day-to-day. So this song will be a good tool to help teachers and students say, hello, I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy to have your presence in my class. All right. So I'm not sure if you guys can hear the song. So I'm just gonna tell you about it in case you guys cannot. But my link will be available, so you can definitely um, use it with your class. All right. So talking about social emotional learning, basically is
Can you hear me?
adopting this idea that yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, yes, we're listening to the audio, so don't worry.
Okay, you can hear. Okay,
Yeah.
great. So um, so basically with social and emotional learning, the idea is to incorporate the process in which we all acquire knowledge, the skills, the attitudes to develop those healthy identities, manage our emotions, achieve collective goals, feel and show empathy for others, and establish and maintain those supportive relationships in order to make responsible and caring decisions, right? So the core of the social and emotional process and ideas that we're going to share here is basically at the core, at the center of all the individuals that are interacting in our classrooms, right? Management, responsible decision making. We were talking about those relationship skills, those social awareness. So basically, the idea here is to have teachers and students use and incorporate these strategies within the classrooms. Ideally, also schools will be involved with the social and emotional learning policy, and also families and caregivers will be part of the whole process, and the whole community will be able to benefit from this. So starting from the core of the society, in this case, in our cases, the classroom and the student and teacher interaction will be at the core of these strategies that I'm going to share today. But it will be great to start incorporating them in a more global level. So in order to do that, we're going to use stories. This is our approach, and this is how our strategy in this case, to help teachers and students start from spots, start somewhere.
So, why are we using stories to incorporate social and emotional learning? So, the first reason is that we use fiction to create a safe environment of discussion. If there is a situation in a classroom, that is affecting the class dynamics or students' relationships, instead of pointing fingers and talking about it with names, and, we can bring the reality and the um, basically the fiction created by the story, discuss it safely, talking about the characters, but at the same time producing that impact, because through stories, students can relate to the characters and events presented, and they do it subconsciously. Students also are more open to express their opinion within the context of the story. And finally, students can analyze the stories from different types of perspectives and get inspired by those stories. Okay, so that is the reason why we're going to incorporate these stories. Now, at the core of this story based approach, we would like to talk about how storytelling affects our brain and why they are so beneficial to produce the impact that we want in our students and in our classes. So basically, here we have our brain. We have the different effects that we have in our brain, which is one of those is mirroring, and it can be used to help students understand different unusual situations, because with mirroring, listeners experience similar brain activity, as the stories can activate parts of the brain that allow different listeners to turn their story and make them their own. So to find in their brain a similar experience. And in this case, these stories can be used to help students develop empathetic connections that they didn't know about, right? So the idea here is is to show students that knowledge, knowing about a specific medical condition, a specific situation, can support empathy. So, what are we going to do? In order to introduce or incorporate stories, the first thing we're going to do is to incorporate and introduce students to these high frequency expressions that students are going to use and they're going to be exposed to as they read a story, right? So here we're going to make use of visuals, CPRs, PQA, okay? We have here, some vocabulary related to health. We have emergency room, blood. We have personalized questions in relation to allergies, if any student has any allergy. Okay, and we're going to discuss these types of allergies. In my case, I have an allergy to different, changes in temperature, sometimes also season allergies. I know people who are allergic to gluten, people who are allergic to dairy, and you can share that, if you have a family member. This is a great opportunity to share, right? Once we have introduced students into the high frequency expressions, this one is going to be, or this activity, which is first prediction, can also be used to turn it into a multisensory activity. So first we're going to say, well, what do you think we're going to talk about? Where are we going to read about? What is the situation, right? These pictures are not sequentially organized, okay? And you can have so many different answers from this, right? Turning this activity also into a multisensory activity could be like, what can you hear while looking at these pictures? Some people say, I can hear the happy birthday song. I can hear kids that are happy. I can hear, normal reggaeton songs that they play for birthdays. Something that was really interesting was that when I presented this to other students, um, none of my students heard this girl crying, for example. They were really focused on the birthday and they heard, happy noises, let's say, but they didn't hear this girl being sad or sobbing, which is something interesting to note and to talk with your students too. So right now, I'm going to share this story. It's short with you, and we're going to talk about different ways in which we can use it for different reasons and purposes, right? So the name of the story is Birthday Party Blues. Chrissy is at the birthday party, but she is nervous. Before, she didn't want to go. It is too difficult. Parties should be fun. This one won't be for me, she said to her mom. Don't say that, said her mom. It can still be fun. Chrissy wasn't so sure. On the table at the party, there are many cakes. There is a lot of sugar. It is not very healthy. Chrissy loves cake, but sugar is now a problem. If she eats too much, she will be sick. But this is not an allergy. Children today have many allergies. This is normal now. But Chrissy doesn't feel normal. She doesn't want the kids to know she's a bit different. Want some chocolate cake? Asks one girl. No, thanks, says Chrissy. Sugar is not healthy. But everyone loves cakes, says the birthday boy. It is okay to have a little bit. I can't, says Chrissy. She feels embarrassed. Do you have an allergy? Asks the girl. No, says Chrissy, and she runs away. You see, Chrissy has diabetes. She had to go to the emergency room 3 days ago. At first, no one knew what the problem was. Chrissy could not sleep. At night, she was very thirsty. She needed to pee. She peed every hour and was still really thirsty. She drank water, but it did not help. She was also super tired. Eventually, her mom took her to the emergency room because Chrissy was feeling so terrible. But when they left the emergency room the next morning, the diagnosis was clear. Chrissy had diabetes. People can have sugar, but Chrissy can only have a little. Chrissy's blood has too much sugar in it. Her diagnosis means she must inject insulin into her blood. Chrissy loves sugar. Chrissy hates injecting insulin. She cries every time her mom does it. Soon, she will have to do it herself. Diabetes is terrible. Chrissy is in the garden. She is sad. She wants some cake. The little girl at the party finds her. What is wrong? She asks. Nothing, says Chrissy. The little girl, who is named Carol, looks at her kindly. Something is wrong. Do you have an allergy like me? I can't eat gluten, so no cake for me either. It is not an allergy, says Chrissy. It is diabetes. I can't eat sugar, and I have to inject insulin into my blood. I was diagnosed this week, and I hate it. Carol hugs Chrissy. It will be okay, she says. Suddenly, the birthday boy has come with a surprise. Chrissy, I know you are sad and can't eat cake. Your mom told us. So I brought some treats with less sugar. He gives them some strawberries and yogurt. It is not cake, but it's still really nice. Chrissy feels a little better. But the best part is Carol can also have some because it's also gluten free. Injecting insulin will get easier, says Carol, and you can find sugars free food to enjoy. You can be healthy. Chrissy knows it is not perfect, but Carol and the birthday boy have helped her today. After the food, Chrissy, Carol, and the other kids play games and have a lot of fun. Kids love games and fun. The party was not so bad after all. Thank you for listening. And after reading this story, I can tell you that when I shared it with a couple of teachers a couple of months ago, one of them had diabetes and she started crying. She was able to share with us in the room uh, what she had gone through, with her diabetes. And it was such an special moment. I'm not sure if any of you have diabetes or had a family member who does, but the great thing about these stories is that something that can be taken for granted, or something that can be, sorry, or something that can be not so common, turns into a conversation and you get to know more about the person and the situation. And this made us connect in such a way that that session was so memorable for us. So that is something I wanted to share with you guys too. And we're going to get deeper into that part because uh, the stories allow us to have a multi-dimensional approach to different aspects. In this case, the first aspect is going to be the linguistic aspect. The focus in this activity, which is story script, basically is changing different parts of the story that are underlined. the parts that are in bold, the expressions in bold, are the ones that we are going to reinforce, or the ones that we want to focus on. So basically, the story would be something that you co create with your students in the classroom. So instead of having Chrissy, they can switch it to Maria, Veronica, okay? And instead of her being at a party, she could be at a concert, a funeral, a family reunion, you know? So basically, is something like this. So, who is at a party? And they can say, Chrissy, Veronica. Okay, Veronica is at, and then they can fill it up. You know, it is more like an oral activity at the beginning. And she's like, okay, Veronica, there was a teacher like, Veronica is at a conference. Okay, but she is scared, nervous, she is tired. And then you can turn it into a story. So that is the idea, to ask questions for your students to answer to them and to focus on these different parts of speech, you know, in this case, nouns and adjectives. Okay. All right. So that is the focus on the linguistic aspect. The other aspect that we're going to work on with stories is inference. So in this case, some of the questions that you could ask is, why is she so nervous to go to the party? Is she happy? Why is she not feeling so happy? You know, how does she feel? All these kind of questions, right? You also have here the ability to use connect different pictures with the vocabulary, the core vocabulary. And in this case, you have an example of some integrated tasks that you could also do with your students to focus on the specific information. This might be a reading comprehension activity, but in this case, you have the questions that are, you know, the listening part, and the answers that would be the speaking part, because students would record their answers, you know. So it is a different approach to reading comprehension. Other types of activities that we could also use with our students are our focus on this, in this case, in the past, right? So instead of playing charades to focus on one specific sentence, we are going to use charades to basically have, like, say, a list of 10 sentences. In this case, you have 5. You're going to have students act out different sentences. So, for example, in my case, I'm going to do something like, and they will have to guess the whole string. Okay, so not just one word, not just one verb, but the whole sentence. So in my case, it was, Christine didn't eat cake. And you can do this with your students and have them, you know, try on, come up with your own sentences and have it on the list. You know, you have different ways. But at the same time, we will be having those kinesthetic learners, you know, be more in tune with the expressions and use them successfully. So, another, well, this is pretty much a brain break that I had before continuing. You can also type in your answers, but these are also ways to make sure your students can also focus on different aspects. Okay, I like this one. That was kind of like hard for me to guess. This one is corner stone. You can try this with your students too and have them, you know, come up with different ones and guess them. Okay. So now that we talked about the focus on language, we now can combine social and emotional learning projects, and you can encourage different types of life skills and language skills together at the same time. So the questions would be, before we start with this project, that focuses on encouragement and positive self talk would be how to think about how our thoughts have an effect on our feelings, how the way we think can also affect our behavior, and then what are different ways in which we can nurture appreciation, gratitude, empathy in our classes. So I'm going to start by working on or talking about the first one. The first one is basically focusing on the importance of developing self-talk. From personal experience, and also listening to the previous session and in the discussion, sometimes that we basically prevent ourselves from being successful in different aspects of life by just not being kind to ourselves. you know in the story, you have Chrissy say to herself, she was like, I the party is not going to be good. um, you know all these kind of negative thoughts that pretty much prevent you from having a good time despite any personal situation. Sometimes we prevent ourselves from enjoying, and these types of situations also getting us thinking, what happens if life gets difficult and we are not prepared to face it, and we have not provided, in this case, our students with the different skills that they need to overcome those difficult times. What happens if nobody seems to understand your situation? How are you supported, as a teacher, as a student? Okay. What do we do in those kind of situations, right? So, developing and supporting self talk is a great way to help ourselves be ready for those situations, because failure is part of life. Things being difficult is also, part of life, and preparing our students for that in our English classes through stories, incorporating this holistic approach, can also be beneficial for the whole class, right? So here the focus is on the conditionals and how we're going to help our students use language to also develop positive talk and self-talk. So the first one is having the students have a star, in this case, right eye, in this case, and basically say to themselves what is going to happen if, right? So if I fail, I'll get back up. If it doesn't work, I'm going to try it again. And you can be creative here. If I can't do it the first time, I'll try a different strategy. If it seems difficult, I'm not going to give up, you know. So this also supports the development of resilience. And, this is the first step. The next stage of being kind to ourselves is being kind to others. So sometimes being kind to ourselves is also reaffirming that comes from either a parent, a person, a friend, a classmate. So, how we're going to develop that? This idea or this project is basically having you have your students select a classmate, write the name of the classmate, and write different expressions and kind words for this classmate. So, something like, Patricia, you are enough. You are a unique and special person. You are brave and strong. You are the best version of yourself. I am proud of yourself. You have a great talent, or you are a great talent, And all these ones that are focused or related to can. You can control your own happiness. You can get through anything. You can overcome difficulties. So we're going to be practicing those through these projects, and this can also turn your students and your classes, they can get closer and relate in a better way. These are just some of the different projects that you can develop with your students. Now, reflecting upon how empathy in this story has the power to turn, as you saw at the beginning, a sad face into a grateful smile, which was what happened at the end, we can have this open discussion, in this case about diabetes, but there are so many other medical, social, emotional conditions that prevent students from enjoying social events, in this case, a birthday party. What happens also when we see a sad person? Are we passive watchers? We just see a sad person and we're like, okay, we don't intervene. Or just like Carol, that was searching for Chrissy, searching for her until she found her, and, being more active into supporting a person who is not having a great time, who is not having a great situation, how those peers empathetic attitudes have an impact on a person with a special condition, and how gratitude stems from appreciation of being seen and understood. Just like we talked about at the beginning of this session, being able to know a person's condition is a great power to transform and to relate, because sometimes what is unknown and different from us may scare us. So, through stories, you can talk about many topics. We had other stories that talk about um, being a person with dyslexia, what it means, how a person learns with this condition. I mean, you can introduce or discuss so many different things that your students can discover together with you in the class, and you can turn those classes into very, very special moments. We're going back to the effects of storytelling. At the beginning, we talked about the brain activity, but I would also like to point out the different chemicals that are released in our brain as we listen to different stories. The first one is that I would like to mention is dopamine. Uh, it is a response we have to those emotionally charged events. Not sure how everyone felt during, when we were sharing the story, but this is how we experience, and this is what we release, and how we resolve. As we resolve conflicts, we also release dopamine. So, another chemical that we release when we listen to stories is cortisol, and this is when we experience conflict, and it is increases our attention and memory. So this story will be something memorable for you. And the last one is oxytocin, how we respond to characters that increase empathy, how we connect through those characters, how we feel compassion, or in this case, this teacher who also has diabetes was able to connect with the story and saying that she never heard a story that included her medical condition, and she felt very emotional, but at the same time very grateful to read the story, because people can learn more about the medical condition through the story. Another thing that we can also talk about is all the brain activity that we have in our different parts of our brain as we listen to stories. Our Broca's area is activated, the olfactory cortex, as we talked about, the sensory activities, the amygdala, the insular cortex, the auditory, the motor cortex, Wernicke's area, all these parts of the brain are activated. So why not incorporate them, and why not use them, if we could, benefit from them. So, as I know that you guys now can hear the audio, I'm going to share my last thing, which is another song and talking about how important it is for teachers and students and for us as human beings to be able to be equipped with different strategies to face life and hardships. I like to share this song that basically tells students and tells ourselves that we can do hard things, right? After we listen to this song, I'll share some final remarks, and I'll be really happy to hear any comments or answer any questions.
Has there ever been something that felt really hard to do? Like riding a bike or tying your shoe. Sometimes I have to remind myself I'm stronger than I think. I can do hard things even when I feel weak. I can do, 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 I can do hard things. Sometimes it's really hard to do the right thing, like standing up for someone who's getting bullied. This world hurt. I can do, I can do, I can do. Hard things. I can do. Times I don't feel confident, upset, or afraid. It's good to take a deep breath and saying, I can do, I can do, I can do hard things. I can do, I can do, I can do hard things. What's something that's hard for you? We're all good at different things. We can be kind to ourselves and others when we don't get it right, and help each other out when someone is having a hard time. Let's practice. Right, if I make a mistake, I'll just give myself a big hug and try again another day and show myself some love. If I don't get it right away, I'll give myself a pat on the back and know I'm loved anyway and that I'm on the right track. If your friend makes a mistake, give them a big high five and say you're so brave for trying. You'll get it next time. I can do,
I can
I
do,
can do, I can do
hard things.
hard things. I can do. I can do, I can do hard things.
Thank you so much for making sure you have a space in your busy day for listening to this presentation. You will see here the code also that will allow you to access this story, Chris's story that was written by Lauren Gortin. And I enjoyed sharing today with you. So now I am ready for any comments, any questions. I think I can stop sharing. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Ojeda, for your presentation. And now we will open the floor for questions. So everyone can type your questions in the chat and we will transfer them to our specialist. So please try to ask your questions as concisely as possible. While people write, I already have some comments. So I have, well, Carmen's comment. It says story-based activities are an interesting strategy. Then Sergio says, this is a very important aspect of teaching. I was wondering if there is a danger of opening doors that teachers are not prepared to handle.
Thank you so much for your question. I think one of the different, let's say, parameters or approaches that probably we can change is the fact that we as teachers have to be prepared for everything. You know, what I mean by this is that co-creating, knowledge is part of a trial and error strategy, and in which we feed our classes and classes like this in ways that will allow our students to freely communicate. Therefore, we do have to accept the fact that sometimes things will be unpredictable, but we will do our best to support our students, to nurture, to make sure they feel supported, they feel cared, they feel listened, they feel heard. And I think that connection, that human connection, is really important. As long as we are there to support them, you can learn together with your students as you go how to approach different situations.
Thank you. I think at the same time, it helps us to have a better connection with them, right? Because we get to speak to them and say, I don't know, let us know a little bit about the situation. Yeah, thank you.
Exactly.
I don't know if there are any other comments. Here's another one. It says, what should be the teaching stages to properly use storytelling activities?
There are different ways in which you can do that. I mean, I shared different levels, let's say, of approaching, the language approach, the, life approach for, development of life skills. But you could definitely use simpler, short, stories if that is your student's level. Because if we use more cognates, if we use simple structures, we can turn this story or adapt it to very young learners and beginners by using more visuals and introduce these to beginner levels.
Okay. Then we have another comment from Angie, and she says, having students who are balanced and taken care of in different ways might be more beneficial than just expecting the bloom production part in them. This seems very humanizing.
That is correct. Very humanizing. And of course, you can, focus on every aspect of your curriculum that you have to cover, but from a humanized approach, for sure.
Excellent. Well, I think there are no more comments. So thank you very much for your participation and for your contribution for the seminar and such interesting insights in this topic. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. I enjoyed it so much.
Okay, so now we're going to have a 10-minute break and we're going to be back at 4:30. Welcome back. Now we are getting closer to the end of today's presentations. The next presenter is Juan Rios from Panama, who will present using digital storytelling as strategic asset in English language acquisition. Mr. Juan Rios Vega holds a BA in English and Education from the University of Panama. Among his numerous degrees, we can mention a Master's of Education in Curriculum and Teaching with emphasis in English as a Second Language, ESL, from the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, a National Board certification in English as a new language for early adolescents through young adulthood in 2009, and a doctorate in philosophy in educational studies. Cultural Studies concentration from the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. In 2015, he published his first book, Counter Storytelling Narratives of Latino Teenage Boys, From Vergüenza to Échele Ganas. Currently, Ms. Dr. Rios is an associate professor in the Department of Education, Leadership, and Counseling at Bradley University. So please give the floor to Mr. Rios.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can hear
Yes.
you pretty
So,
well.
how do we do with the PowerPoint? Is that something you can share from there, or I can share from here?
I think you can share. Is there anything that says share screen?
It says present, but I don't know.
Yeah, I go with present.
Uh,
And share screen, I think.
let's see how that works, because I never done this before with this
Don't worry.
program. So I think it's coming. Fingers crossed. Yes. Can you see it?
Yes.
Woohoo! This is my lucky day. So, thank you so very much for having me this afternoon. This is my pleasure. So, like as you mentioned, my title is Dr. Rios, but my name is it's Juan. So, I'm a professor at the University of, at Bradley University in Peoria, Illinois. Um, and the title of my presentation is Using Digital Storytelling as a Strategic Asset in English Language Acquisition. So, to begin with, um, I will just tell you a little bit of my story because I think it's important for the audience to have some type of background knowledge about who I am and the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. So, I was born and raised in Panama, pretty close to Costa Rica, by the way, pretty close to the Costa Rican border, Panama Costa Rican border. So, it's interesting to go to the border because I just took one step and I'm in Costa Rica, and then the step back I'm in Panama. So I moved to the U.S. in 1999 as a teacher. I taught middle school, high school, and college students mainly in North Carolina for over 16 years, and then I taught them English as a second language, by the way. And after that, after my studies and all that jazz, I became a professor at Bradley University since 2016. And my role as it today is to prepare pre-service teachers, especially elementary school teachers and content area teachers, middle school and high school, especially those who are getting an ESL endorsement as an add-on to their main major. And like you mentioned, and my first book is called Counter Storytelling Narratives of Latino Teenage Boys, um, and how they used culture, the Latinx cultures as a springboard for them to remain in school and to graduate. And then the last book that I recently published is a children's book. It's a bilingual children's book called Carlos the Fairy Boy. And if anybody has any questions about this book later on, I can answer those questions. But I just wanted to make sure that you understood where I'm coming from, because I think that my positionality, my background is very important, and it's closely related to this topic. I'm a very passionate critical race scholar. I think that's also important. And through my studies, I have been able to bring how issues of race, class, gender, social status, and also sexuality shape the experiences of Latinx students K through 16 within the U.S. So that's where my passion is. That's what I do besides teaching uh, teachers, pre-service teachers at Bradley University in Peoria, Illinois. So I just want to read this quote to begin with because storytelling, kind of similar to what I just did at the beginning, share a little bit of my story. We are storytelling creatures who use stories to do many essential things like teach practical skills, build communities, entertain ourselves, make peace with the world, and cultivate a sense of personal identity. Technologies come and go, but stories are forever. Absolutely. Coming from a Spanish speaking background, like probably most of the audience here this afternoon, we have been brought up with stories, right? We learn story from our parents, our grandparents, and that's the way they educated us mainly, right? Especially when they use what we call in English advice, just to teach us how to navigate the world. So we are storytellers by nature because we are brought up with stories or around stories. And those of you who are teachers in practice right now, we have a lot of stories. And the more we teach, the more stories we collect, whether they're our own stories or our students' stories as well. So one thing that I want to mention in this presentation is also this idea of digital natives and digital immigrants. And let me tell you, as I was getting ready for this presentation, I was wondering, well, maybe this information is a little bit dated because nowadays we're talking about artificial intelligence, right? But for the sake of this presentation, I will use this um, resource just to kind of like set the tone about digital natives and digital immigrants. So today's students K through college and represent the first generation to grow with this technology, right? They have spent their entire lives surrounded and using computers, video games, digital music players, video cams, cell phones, and all the other toys and tools that you can think of, right? Little kids nowadays are given a tablet from day one, or they're so used to their cell phones, or they have their own cell phones nowadays. Also, I see little toddlers with cell phones that parents purchase them, which is kind of like it's amazing sometimes to see how kids are learning from day one to use technology. Today's average college grad student spend less than 5,000 hours. I would probably say more on the computers, and also 10,000 hours playing video games, not to mention 20,000 hours watching TV. I think students spend much more time nowadays using their cell phones than anything else because cell phones are literally small computers, right? Also, computer games, emails, Instagram, TikTok. A lot of the students nowadays and people also are TikTokers, the internet, cell phones. You know, we are surrounded by technology. And as a matter of fact, what we're doing today is using technology, right? I mean, I'm currently in Panama doing a Fulbright, and also and the presentation is just next door in Costa Rica, and people from all over the world can have access to this presentation today. So we are currently using technology to educate ourselves. So our students today are all native speakers of digital language or computers, video games, and the internet. So they understand this language. That people probably from my generation are still struggling, as we call ourselves, digital immigrants. Also, a digital immigrant instructor who speak an outdated language, like some of us do, are struggling, right, to teach a population that speaks an entirely different language. And I think something that we struggle with sometimes as teachers is like to realize that our students who belong to this new generation using technology are sometimes more advanced or savvy about using technology than we are in a um, certain ways, right? So defining digital storytelling, digital, just to set the tone here again, refers to literally anything associated with the information. Age and story means so many things to so many people that each defines strict definition. So digital, for you to understand a little bit better, digital storytelling uses personal digital technology to combine a number of media into a coherent narrative. And I will unpack this a little bit more in a second. But what I want you to understand so far is that digital means anything that is related to technology, and storytelling is the ability that we do have to tell stories, right? But in a digital way using technology. And again, storytelling is nothing new. It has been used generation after generation. The only different thing nowadays is that we are including the use of technology, right? So, so why do we use this in the ESL classroom? What is this so important? Well, English language learners benefit from reinforcement of vocabulary and comes through pictures, graphics, and videos. And I want to emphasize here that this is also closely related to differentiator instruction and also multiple intelligences. I, for example, I'm a visual learner. I like to see pictures. I like to listen to things for me to, and also to connect, right? So if you just talk to me, you just lecture me, it's going to be hard for me to connect until I see something that relates to what you're saying, right? So this use of digital storytelling allows students to reinforce or to learn new vocabulary. Technology also lets students to be able to express themselves. Also, everybody has their own personality, their own likes and dislikes, their only way to their personal ways to see the world from a different lens. So that's what this is also important. Also, technology helps English language learners to find a voice, which helps ease the transition in learning a new language. And this is very important because maybe some of you have experienced this in the past, but the older the students get, the more reluctant they are to talk the new language in public, right? Because, you know, teaching pre-adolescents or adolescents is very hard because they're adolescents and pre-adolescents. So there's some other agents that kind of like hinder their ability to speak up because they're afraid of what people are going to say or to be bullied, etc., etc., etc. So it also allows students to find a voice because they sometimes they don't have to be seen on the screen. Sometimes they can only use their voice or voices to express their feelings, right, or their ideas. It also helps students to learn as much as possible and to demonstrate that knowledge, the knowledge that we need to fully and creatively use what advances in technology have to offer. And again, technology keeps changing overnight. So what was new yesterday is not new today, and so on. So, and students, young students, are the ones who sometimes update us, teachers, about what is new out there in terms of technology. So, digital storytelling, what does that mean? Traditionally, storytelling itself is regarded as the oldest form of education. Like I already mentioned, it's nothing new. We have been telling stories from day one. Storytelling digitally, not orally, is called digital storytelling, which is a kind of practice using, again, technology, computer, multimedia, assisted tools in order to tell stories to others. Again, bringing technology to this type of strategy. In digital stories, there are a set of multimodal, and this is important, aspects and components, including such as visual images, written text, recorded audio narration, sound, music, and video clip segments. This is important to understand here because sometimes students and sometimes young adults, like the ones I'm teaching right now, they get confused with PowerPoint presentations. And I tell them, no, this is not a PowerPoint presentation. This is something like a movie. Is a project where you are going to be using your voice, but you are also going to be using images, written text, music, background music, and sometimes you will type some words, but it is so different from what we already know as a PowerPoint presentation. So just keep that in mind because sometimes students get confused with, oh, this is like a PowerPoint presentation, but it is not. Let's move on. The importance of using digital storytelling to learn English as a foreign language. So in second language learning, digital storytelling can indeed be a good vehicle to increasing language performance in that it has the potential to provide motivation to students by engaging in reflective learning because of the up-to-date ICT technologies and multimedia functions. Now, the storytelling, it focuses on many different components, not only language development, but also allows the students to be reflective. It also allows students to use their imagination. It also allows students to use their creativity. It also allows students to increase their self-esteem, etc., etc. In reading and writing sessions, English language learners can have more creative opportunities if provided with sounds, music, graphics, images, and animations, which expand them to express, again, their creativity. Believe it or not, students, if you allow students to use their creativity to develop their projects using digital storytelling, you will be surprised what they can create. And sometimes the more reluctant ones love this type of approach, and they can surprise us at the very end. Students can share their own stories through digital storytelling in ways other than just plain text. Remember, in the past, we only used like paper and pencil. They had to write down the stories. Nowadays, they can turn their written documents into a live document by using technology. And they can also, again, be more creative. Learners are expected to have more chances for collaboration and cooperation work with each other through digital storytelling, which helps them gain social and cognitive development through such sharing experiences. This is also important, especially when you ask the students to work in groups to develop digital storytelling. Now, there are instances when teachers prefer the students to work individually, which is a different ballgame. But later on during my presentation, I will be sharing some templates that you can use in your classroom to allow students to work in groups to develop this type of strategy. But in my experience as a professor now at Bradley, my students do this individually, not as a collective. Okay, but in schools, since you have more students, I think it is a win-win to do this as a group project, right? So what are some of the key points behind digital storytelling used in the TESOL context, right? Digital storytelling is a means for both teaching and practicing multimedia literacy, which is something extremely important. And I will also add here teaching not only language, but also content. And I will give you an example in a second. And also developing the language of technology, right? In some countries, and I will talk about Panama because that's a country I know the most after, the US, where I have lived for 23 years. It is not easy to use multimedia in some spaces because students do not have access to computers or cell phones. So here we have to tweak it a little bit, and just to make sure that everybody has a chance to use technology. And I can give you some of the ideas that I used in the past when I was teaching in North Carolina, because I have some students who did not have access to technology, but I can also give you some tips of how I did this in a different way. But I also allow students to work as a group. Digital storytelling can be tailored to effectively deliver specific content for learning. Again, it could be used in content like science, social studies, history, even math, right? Success with digital storytelling comes solidly from being able to make meaning from experience. And this is when students find connections to what they're learning. If students cannot connect their learning to their personal experiences, there's no way it is going to be meaningful to them, right? So talking about their own stories is easy, right? Because all of us have our own stories. But then when you push them to use content like science or history, now they still have to find some connections with the contents. If English as a foreign language and English as a second language students working with images and text to create a digital story, develop digital literacy. Now, within the US context, it is embedded in the curriculum that students need to develop digital literacy and also media literacy. So maybe in some countries that is also included. If not, I will encourage teachers to do this because, technology is used almost everywhere, whether the Ministry of Education asks teachers to use it or not. I think we as responsible educators should include digital literacy and media literacy in our teaching, right? What type of storytelling exists? I think I already mentioned some of them. Personal narratives, right? Historical things, something that happened in history, let's say World War II, or maybe something that happened in history in your own country, Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, or stories that inform or instruct, right? We can ask students to teach us how to make, let's say, a cake, or how to decorate a Christmas tree, those who celebrate Christmas, or how to do a math problem, or how to prepare a recipe, etc., etc., etc. They can record the instructions, and they can also create images. They can put some background music. They can put some captions, etc., etc. And you're using content and also um, language development, and also uh, 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 sorry, forgot the word, digital technology, right? Oh, literacy, sorry. So reasons why using digital storytelling to enhance language learning. Well, it assists to develop several language skills such as reading and writing, when storyboarding, and I will give you an example of storyboarding later, and speaking and listening during collaboration and narration. Now, if you ask students to do this as a group, you as a teacher, your role changes, because you monitor the students, you assess their speaking, you assess their listening, you make sure that they are on board, that they are focused, that everybody has a role where they create the stories, etc., etc. It also allows students to develop their vocabulary repertoire, which I think is very important, especially if you ask them to do use digital storytelling in content area, right? Encourages students to share ideas, collaborate on picture selection, communicate and engage with unique, authentic experiences while working in groups. So again, collaboration. Also, I would include here how students can develop communicative skills, which is something important, and also it allows students to transfers their understandings to words, text, images, and also music. uh, I will not go over all of these steps because this slide is very wordy, but these are the stages that I collected from one of my sources that allows teachers to be more focused on how students can learn step by step. I would highly encourage some teachers to use this, because students can, you can even assess all these different stages until the students finish their product. So stage one is define, collect, and decide. Stage number two, select, import, and create. I will just read a couple of them. Select the content and text to utilize. Import images, videos, and audio into the movie making application. Then stage three, decide, write, and record. Finalize. That's when the students write a script to use for narration. And then when they finalize by saving the digital story as a video file. Pay attention to this, as a video file. And then stage four is when they demonstrate, evaluate, and replicate. It's when they share their stories with their peers, with their colleagues, and then when they also get some feedback, whether it is from their peers and also feedback from us. And I will show you a rubric in a second that I use to give my students some feedback about their projects. So here I have some um, softwares that teachers can use and ask the students to use as they develop their digital storytelling projects. You have an Android, these are the ones that you use. You have a computer, for example, you can use iMovie. There are some softwares that you can also encourage students to use, like Animoto, which is a very good one. And this one here with video, this is the one that my students use a lot. It's easy to use, especially if you are a digital immigrant like myself. There are tons of videos on YouTube that teach you how to use with video. So when I see my students struggling about using technology or this project, I encourage them to watch the videos on YouTube about with video. But iMovie is also very easy to use. And nowadays, students use their cell phones to do this as well. So, but honestly, I have not used my cell phone for that one. I still prefer to use my computer. And this is for to video editing. But again, they can use with video to edit their videos. There is a website also where they can also learn how to edit their videos. If your students struggle with this, like some of my students have done, I have to make sure that they understand how to use this. In the past, I brought a teacher, a computer teacher that can teach my students how to use technology, because some of them get very frustrated when they are not doing it correctly. And sometimes I scaffold them a little bit more, or sometimes I pair them in groups. There is somebody in the group that knows more technology than others, so they can learn from one another, right? Or if not, I have some one-on-one conferences and help them to create their movies. And this is also for music resources. Of course, this is what we give students, but you probably have this experience. Students have more knowledge about where to find music for free on the internet than we do as teachers. At least that's my experience, right? So how can you assess this type of project, right? Set clear goals, clear expectations. I would suggest you to show students some samples and some previous students have done. If you had never done this before, I will be sharing two presentations throughout this lecture, this workshop. You're more than welcome to use them, but you can also Google some digital storytelling presentations on YouTube. I've done that before. You can also assess the story. You can also assess all the artifacts students create to develop the digital story, especially the written work. And I think this is crucial because you're teaching students to be more focused, to be more organized. And I think this is an excellent way to grade their process, like 5 points for this, 10 points for this, 3 points for this, etc., etc., etc. Assess student planning and process, like I mentioned. Assess media, grammar, and student use of media. Assess student understanding and presentation of content, especially when you use this type of assignment to develop content and also language. Absolutely. Assess student teamwork and use of resources. Again, especially if you assign each group member a role, you need to evaluate, you need to assess those roles, if they did it right or if they did not. And, you can discuss that later. Assess their performance when they present their projects, if to see if they follow the guidelines, etc. Provide, this is important, provide narrative as well as specific event-based feedback. Students need feedback from us, and I would suggest that you give them feedback throughout their project and also at the end. Do not wait until the very end to give them feedback, because then you will be frustrated and students will be frustrated because they never heard any type of feedback from you while they were working on their projects. Have students self-assess their projects. I think that's also good, but we need to teach students to how they self-assess their own projects. And then have students to add their digital stories to the digital footprints. Also, some students would like to post those projects on social media. If this is something that it's nothing bad, it's school related, so I don't see why not. And also remember that students are not, you don't want students to include like personal pictures, so you have to be careful with that because you have to protect the students. If you do not want, if some students decide to include family pictures and stuff like that, I would suggest you not to share that on social media. Just keep it as a classroom assignment. If you, as a students, do not to include personal pictures, then I don't see a reason why you cannot share that with the internet world. But personal pictures, just be careful. This is my suggestion as a teacher. Um, so I will give you some samples of what I have done in the past with digital storytelling as a former middle school, high school student. Teacher back in North Carolina. So this I created this kind of like template because it allowed me to give some type of instruction and to focus on what I wanted the students to use. They had to turn this in after they fill it out, and I gave them some points for this because this allowed my students to be more focused on what I wanted them to do. So you can see here the image, description, media resources. They have to answer some questions here, et cetera, and then the narration goes down here. Then I also encourage them to use story mapping. You probably know about this in the past from previous workshops. How to use story mapping. Again, this allows students to be more organized. They focus on a piece of paper, not so much on the use of technology. Story maps also encourage stories and discourage pure episodic information. I think this is also very important. It also allows students to use their creativity, their imagination. It also allows the students to have conversations among themselves or conversations with you as a teacher. Story maps also help solidify the story before production begins, right? Students narrow down their ideas. They can also use captions. They can also use drawings, but it allows the students to focus on their projects. Story maps are basically free and easy to create and save a good deal of production time. So I will also encourage you to use story mapping. And I also included this here. I think I used this 1 year with my high school students because sometimes when you tell them to write a story, they are confused about what do you mean by story. And sometimes when what they write doesn't sound like a story. And you know that the story has to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And that, as simple as that, just keep reminding students that your story must have, even though it is a personal story, it is a personal narrative, it is a personal anecdote, make sure that the story has, again, beginning, middle, and an end. Something simple. And then you can go over this and just explain to them what is it that you mean by, those three parts of the plot, right? And then this one, I like this one. This is more for the little kids, elementary school kids. They can work with a partner. See, the instructions are very simple. Write a 500 word or less, create a story, include a clear protagonist, antagonist, and conflicts. Easy to use, especially for the kiddos in elementary school. This one is a poem. I don't know, some of you probably familiar with Where I Am From, which is a beautiful, beautiful poem. This is the template. Students have to fill this out. This is an example. And this is, I used this one time with my students in high school, and it worked out pretty well. And this is the template that I created to assess this story, this poem, right? This allows students to be very creative because this is a personal story. Basically, they include, in this case, they included personal pictures. But again, I didn't share those with, the social media because I need to protect my students' vulnerabilities. So I want to switch gears here a little bit and talk to you about what is it that I'm doing right now as a professor who is preparing student teachers and using digital storytelling with native speakers, because most of my students, I would say all of my students are native speakers of English, but they're still using digital storytelling in a different way. They're using digital storytelling here as a reflective tool after they have done their field experience. Like I mentioned at the beginning, my students get an ESL endorsement, which means we send them out in the schools for 100 hours. They have to work, they have to help English language learners and their teachers. So they spend 100 hours out in the field, but they also get some instruction about how to support, how to teach English language learners, or multilingual learners, as we call them nowadays in the States, right? We're moving away from the ESL term. We're using multilingual learners in order to validate the language or languages that students speak at home or the heritage languages. So I use digital storytelling with my students. At the end of their practicum experience, they have to write a script about story. They just pick one story from one student that have impacted them the most, that made them become more reflective about their future career as teachers. And of course, most of my students do not look like the students out in the schools. Most of the students in the schools come from communities of color. For those of you who understand the term color, means African American students, Latinx students, Asian students, Native American students, and we also have white students. But my students focus on students who are learning English as a new language. So most of my students at Bradley are white students. So they apparently they look very different from each other. They come from different cultural backgrounds, and sometimes they don't even speak my students' language, which is another challenge for a lot of my students at Bradley. But at the end of the semester, when they finish the 100 hours, let me tell you, the experience is amazing. What you hear from my students is amazing. So they had to create a project like the ones that I have been talking about towards the end of the semester. So this is one of the projects. I don't know if you will be able to watch this, but let's see how that goes. We can go back and try. Um, so this is what I give them. I'm sorry, the letters here are so tiny you can hardly see this. But these are the instructions. They have to write an essay that starts with "I believe." It's called "I believe," and they had to pick a quote. I believe that education is the key to succeed, or is a key to freedom. And then they had to connect that phrase that they pick with an experience that they have out in the field. And I usually encourage them to write a story from one of the students. Of course, I also ask them to change the student's name to protect their vulnerability, right? But they have to write a story. They have to write um, the whole plot, what happened with the student, what did they learn from the student, what is their takeaway from the student, and how that experience has allowed them to become better teachers in the future. So they write a script. I proofread their essays. I push them to develop a story, again, beginning, middle, and end. I teach them to connect with the I believe in uh, sentence that they created. And then they present this at the end of the semester, and that is the end of the semester project. This one is another one, but I want to show you this. I want to show you at least one of them before I finish my presentation. And then I also created a rubric to evaluate their digital storytelling project. I also asked them to use this storyboarding. To be honest, at a college level, they don't use it. But those of you who teach middle school, elementary school, and even high school, I think drawing drawing is a good way for students to learn language or languages, right? So you see this one here. There is a draft here. There are some pictures that the students drew, etc. Again, my college students do not use this, but I also encourage them to use it. So I want to close this here, and I don't know why I cannot present the video. Maybe because the way I converted it, and I don't know how to. Okay, so I don't know if they can see. I have no clue how to do this.
People are helping me.
Yes, so I don't know how to. Is there any way for me to show the video from here from my computer?
Okay, maybe you can stop sharing the presentation
Okay. So
and share your screen.
okay. Okay, let's see. This is a video file. Okay, hold on just a second because I might be able to just. Okay, something is coming. Okay, it posted it's uploading, I guess, the video, but okay.
I believe in showing everyone kindness regardless of how little or how much you know about them. I believe that everyone deserves to be treated with the same amount of respect and kindness. I believe in showing kindness at all times because you never know how much or how little they may hear it in their day-to-day life. I believe that some of the most impactful words in any language are the small ones. Lily was the smallest girl in the class, but she was the loudest. She was the most bubbly and the most energetic one in the room. She wanted and thirsted for attention. She was the first to run up and hug me and the last one to let go. She felt invisible at home, but at school, she was seen. One day, my CT and I walked into the lunchroom to pick the students up and bring them out to recess. Outside, Lily was crying and was hysterical and isolating herself from the rest of the class. My CT approached her to see what was going on, but Lily only got more hysterical. She refused to calm down for anyone except for me. So once I stopped what I was doing to attend to her, she started to calm down. When talking with her, I came to find out that she had an accident during lunchtime, and she was embarrassed, uncomfortable, and she didn't want anyone else to know what happened. She said she only wanted me to help her because I made her feel safe and loved. She told me that I was one of the only people in the school that she trusts besides my CT because I told her that I loved her and I'm always kind to her. We went inside and jumped from the office to the closet with the spare clothes and to the bathroom. I helped her clean up and get into a change of clothes, and we sat and talked about why she felt the way she did. She talked about how she knows that the other kids in the class make fun of her, but she loved me because I never made fun of her and I never judged her. She gave me the biggest hug, said thank you over and over again, said she was ready, and then she took my hand and marched back outside with her head raised high. Through my time in this classroom, I have witnessed and I've learned a lot of things. One of the biggest things I've taken away from my experience is that sometimes some of the only positive attention that students receive is from you, and that attention is only present at school within your classroom. Lily tells me how much she loves me and wants to stay at school with me instead of going home, and at first I just assumed that she likes to express her love of school, but after getting to know her, I came to see that the reason it seems like she's saying I love you every 5 minutes is that she doesn't hear it at home. In fact, she doesn't really hear anything super positive at home, so her light shines brighter when she hears these expressions returned back to her at school. Because of Lily, I believe in showing everyone kindness regardless of how much or how little you know about them. I believe in expressing your love and appreciation for people at any given point in time. I believe that showing kindness and love for people help them shine brighter. And lastly, I believe that some of the most impactful words in any language are the small ones.
Okay. So this was the presentation. Were you able to listen to it?
Yes, we were able to watch the video and everything.
Oh, wonderful. I was kind of worried about it.
No,
So, well,
don't worry.
this is the end of my presentation. Let me show. Okay, this is my contact. In case you want to get in touch with me later, I'll be more than happy to share this PowerPoint with anybody who is interested. And if there's any questions or comments, I'll be I'm ready to listen to any comments.
Mr. Rios, and we will open right now the floor for questions. So people, you can write your questions in the chat and we will transfer them to our specialist. While people write their comments or questions in the chat, I already have some comments, so I'm going to read them.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Gloriela's comment. She says, we're walking experiences and those can become stories for authentic learning.
Yes.
Then we have
Absolutely.
Sandra. It says, it is nice way to encompass different types of learners and multiple intelligences as well.
Yes.
Rosa says, I like that idea of a video file from a story.
Mm-hmm.
Rena's comment says, I use story mapping during reading class.
Mm-hmm.
It helps students improve in their writing and speaking skills. And with the story mapping, you discover if students are able to know develop a story.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Susie says, great giving out the rubric.
Hmm.
Brina says, can we have access to, I believe, a digital storytelling project?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Is there a way, like just by writing to you or?
Yeah, you can email me, or I can share the PowerPoint with the organization, and you'll be, you can also share that with all the attendees. I don't mind. I mean, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then Isaac says, I love this presentation. Reminds me TED presentation.
Absolutely. And you never know, teachers, we can impact students' life for good. And you never know how a future public speaker can start just through digital storytelling in the classroom. I mean, you will never know.
We also got another comment that says many attendees are expressing they love the video. That
Mm.
will be all.
Oh, that's good. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks for your presentation and your contribution in this seminar.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, well, now before we break for the day, we would like to remind you that tomorrow's session will be fully virtual and it will start at 9 a.m. You will be given access to the sessions by email. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank you for your attendance today, and we will be waiting for you tomorrow. So have a great evening.